world is overrun with sharp inequalities. With financial instability and pressing environmental challenges, it's time to rethink our future. We bring smart discussions to the table, mapping the benefits of a circular economy, discovering innovation for the future, meeting our climate change promises, preparing for the future of tourism. Join changemakers from across the world for 2 days of inspiration, green impact, and sustainable innovation.
Good morning to everyone joining us today via Zoom or watching us via our YouTube and Facebook channels. Green Days 2020 has gone online, so welcome to our first fully online edition. I am Radica Zekuic from the United Nations Development Program Office in Montenegro, and it's an honor for me to welcome you all on behalf of the organizers, the Government of Montenegro, the Chamber of Economy, and the United Nations Development Program. I'm happy to say that we are joined by more than 400 attendees from 20 countries. We are looking forward to connecting with you for 2 days of inspiration, green impact, and sustainable innovation, celebrating our collective resilience and dedication to forging connections without boundaries. The official hashtag for the conference is Green Days 2020, so feel free to engage and share.
Good morning, everyone, on my behalf, and welcome to the Green Days 2020. I am Sanja Gardašević and from a digital agency, Alicor, and I will be sharing with you a few etiquette tips to ensure a better experience for everyone. The working languages of the conference are English and Montenegrin, and available interpretation is available to all registered participants who are joining us on the conference Zoom call. To activate this option, click the interpretation icon at the bottom of your Zoom and select language channel. I'm sorry for this. Choose English if you need interpretation in English, or Spanish if you need interpretation in Montenegrin. And before you ask, Zoom does not list Montenegrin as one of the available languages, so we had to get creative. Once you choose your channel, you will hear the translated audio and can choose whether you want to hear the original audio at a lower volume or not. Finally, this is an online conference and technical issues can happen to the best of us. If anything does happen, please stay with us and we will do our best to resolve them as quickly as we can. And now, let's get started.
Deputy Prime Minister Mr. Simović, President of the Chamber of Economy, Vice President of the Chamber of Economy, Mr. Gozdenović, Your Excellencies, the representatives of the media, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fully online format of the Green Days 2020 International Conference. I am pleased to announce our first opening address speaker, Mr. Milutin Simović, Deputy Prime Minister of Montenegro for Economic Policy and the Financial System. I will kindly ask Mr. Simović to greet you. Izvolite.
Hvala. Poštovana gospođo Špoljarić-Eger, poštovani potpredsjedniče Privredne komore gospodine Gozdenoviću, poštovani gospodine Potočnik, uvaženi panelisti i učesnici konferencije Zeleni dani. Posebno mi je drago da smo i u ovom vremenu opterećenim pandemijom novog koronavirusa i posljedicama na gotovo sve segmente društva našli način da danas otvorimo drugu konferenciju Zeleni dani ove godine u formi online razgovora sa ključnom temom redefinisanje razvoja. Ovo je potvrda da je ideja za organizacijom ove konferencije u Crnoj Gori bila utemeljena, a njeno premijerno prošlogodišnje izdanje bilo uspješno i korisno za sve učesnike. Dozvolite da zahvalim programu Ujedinjenih nacija za razvoj u Crnoj Gori i Privrednoj komori Crne Gore na partnerstvu u organizaciji događaja i odlučnosti da se ne osvrćemo na okolnosti, već da pratimo put prema planiranim ciljevima, upravo prema izreci koja kaže da ko hoće, nađe način, ko neće, nađe izgovor. Posebno zahvaljujem panelistima kao i svim učesnicima konferencije koji su ove godine sa nama. Teme o kojima će se govoriti su veoma aktuelne i diskusija treba da ponudi odgovore na izazove sa kojima se trenutno suočavamo i koji su pred nama. Podsjetit ću, na prošlogodišnjem skupu sam kazao da ne smijemo imati samo zelene dane, već moramo imati zeleni i prosperitetni život. Ova poruka danas mora imati još veću dozu imperativnosti. Globalna zdravstvena i ekonomska kriza nam ne ostavlja pravo izbora i odugovlačenja. Mi moramo redefinisati naš razvoj. Prošle godine smo diskutovali o podatku Ujedinjenih nacija da se ukupni gubici u globalnoj ekonomiji i troškovi očuvanja životne sredine povezani sa viškovima hrane procjenjuju na čak 1,7 triliona dolara. Da li danas, kada stižu upozorenja Svjetskog programa za hranu Ujedinjenih nacija, da kao posljedica pandemije novog koronavirusa dodatnih 130 miliona ljudi se može suočiti sa nedostatkom hrane i biti gladno? Mi imamo luksus da ne djelujemo, već samo konstatujemo ogromne troškove povezane sa viškovima hrane. Ne, moramo djelovati, biti efikasni i biti konkretniji, odgovorniji prema resursima i ubrzati razvoj od kojeg će koristi imati svi, kroz pravedniju i učinkovitiju raspodjelu dobara uz podsticanje inovacija i kreativnosti. Pandemija COVID-19 je gotovo sve zemlje uputila na snažnije oslanjanje na sopstvene resurse, proizvodne kapacitete i potrebu njihove nadogradnje u cilju dostizanja što većeg stepena samodovoljnosti i smanjenja uvozne zavisnosti kako bi se negativni efekti budućih kriza poput ove sveli na minimum. Planeta ima ograničene resurse, a isti su unutar država još manji i da bi se osiguralo ostvarivanje ciljeva ekonomskog razvoja i omogućavanje prosperiteta za rastuće stanovništvo, moramo pronaći modele za njihovo efikasnije korišćenje. Da li je odgovor u cirkularnoj ekonomiji? Nadam se da će nas prva plenarna sesija na kojoj će se govoriti o ekonomskoj i poslovnoj opravdanosti cirkularne ekonomije dodatno približiti tom odgovoru. Vlada Crne Gore i na ovom polju tijesno sarađuje sa UNDP-em i Privrednom komorom i to u pravcu izgradnje nacionalne platforme za uspostavljanje cirkularne ekonomije u Crnoj Gori. Početkom ovog mjeseca u saradnji smo sa organizacijom Cirkularna promjena iz Slovenije i gospođom Ladejom Godinom Košir održali radionicu na kojoj se govorilo o primjenjivoj dosadašnjoj praksi, ali i o nedoumicama koje još uvijek postoje. Upravo su ove aktivnosti rezultat naše prošlogodišnje konferencije. Jedno je sasvim jasno i nije ga potrebno dalje obrazlagati i dokazivati. Linearni pristup baziran na modelu uzmi, iskoristi, baci, više nije moguć i ne omogućava opstanak društva, a kamoli njegov prosperitet. Ako smo odlučni u stavu da naš pristup i modele razvoja moramo mijenjati i unapređivati na liniji mnogostruko veće resursne efikasnosti, onda je valjda neupitno da su nam za to potrebne inovacije u svim oblastima, dodatne investicije i prodori na tom polju i to u što kraćem roku. Crna Gora je izradila strategiju pametne specijalizacije za period 19-24, kojom potvrđujemo da se modernizovana i konkurentna država bazira na 3 ključna strateška pravca, i to zdrava Crna Gora, održiva Crna Gora i digitalizovana Crna Gora. Kroz ova 3 strateška pravca planiramo razvoj koji je zasnovan na znanju, očuvanju životne sredine, visokom nivou zaposlenosti, produktivnosti i socijalnoj koheziji, fokusirajući se na 3 međusobno povezana razvojna opredeljenja: pametni rast, održivi rast i inkluzivni rast. Uvijek insistiram na ambicioznom, proaktivnom i maksimalističkom pristupu u postavljanju ciljeva. Ova zdravstvena i ekonomska kriza stavlja nas pred izazov očuvanja postojećih radnih mjesta, ekonomske supstance i socijalne stabilnosti. Međutim, iznalaženje rješenja samo do tog nivoa ne smije da nam bude krajnji cilj. Ova kriza mora da bude odlučujući okidač za puno veće domete. Domete koji će ne samo očuvati postojeća radna mjesta, već i ubrzano otvarati nova. U agendi 2030 se ističe da mi možemo biti prva generacija koja će iskorijeniti siromaštvo. I to je postavljeno kao prvi cilj. Ne odričemo se tog i svih ostalih ciljeva postavljenih u agendi pod izgovorom posljedica pandemije. Alati kojima ćemo ostvariti ciljeve koje smo zajedno zacrtali su zeleni, održivi razvoj, digitalizacija, inovacije, ulaganja u istraživanje, resursna efikasnost, stvaranje društva znanja, razvoj preduzetničkih vještina, posebno kod mladih ljudi, uz nezaobilazni i široki društveni konsenzus o potrebi brze promjene obrasca razmišljanja i djelovanja. I moram naglasiti, u svemu ovome moramo biti zajedno. Najveća odgovornost jeste na donosiocima političkih odluka, ali samo uz snažnu podršku privrednika, investitora, finansijskog sektora, akademske zajednice, naučnika, civilnog društva i najvažnije svakog pojedinačnog građanina ćemo kreirati budućnost kakvu svi zajedno želimo. Dame i gospodo, u pozivu za učešće na ovoj konferenciji se ističe da ona povezuje pokretače promjena iz čitavog svijeta, koji dijele strast prema stvaranju bolje i održivije budućnosti. Dokažimo da imamo tu strast. Želim svima uspješnu konferenciju i zahvaljujem se na pažnji. Hvala.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister Simovic. Our next opening speaker for the 2020 Green Days conference is Ms. Mirjana Špoljarić-Eger, UNDP Assistant Administrator and Regional Director for Europe and the Commonwealth of Independent States. Ms. Špoljarić-Eger's message has been pre-recorded as she is joining us from the US. Now, let's listen to her address.
Dear Deputy Prime Minister, President of the Chamber of Economy, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you to the Green Days conference. The COVID-19 pandemic is not a health, but it is a development crisis. And it is most of all a human development crisis. The unresolved tensions between the haves and the have-nots, between people and technology, between ourselves and the planet, have been put under a magnifying glass. At the same time, the pandemic has put the spotlight on so many unresolved challenges, such as high degrees of economic informality, which is disproportionately hurting those who are already vulnerable and marginalized. The World Bank projects that in 3 months, Montenegro may have lost between 5 and, in the worst case, 7 years of development progress. But despite all the challenges, the crisis also offers us very important opportunities to do things better in the future. Countries may go back to the usual operating modes and try to re-establish functional economic and social settings, reinforcing the weaknesses and deficiencies that already existed before the pandemic. Or countries can modernize systems, embrace economic perspectives that combine socio-economic recovery with transformation towards green economy, energy efficiency, and climate change adaptation. We must capture the moment to leapfrogging to green jobs, investments in renewable energy, smart housing, green public procurement, all guided by the principles and standards of sustainable production and consumption. So what are the choices ahead of Montenegro? First, ensuring a gradual transition towards the permanent decoupling of economic growth from the use of resources and environmental impacts. In other words, keeping the promise to be an ecological state. That is why UNDP strongly supports the introduction of energy democracy principles, and we are glad to see that the prosumers concept is recognized in the new energy law. Second, boost digital transformation fast and at a large scale, while ensuring that it works for all parts of society. The World Bank has calculated that GDP in the Western Balkan countries could be 20% higher if women were to participate in the formal labor market at the same levels as men do. This is reason enough to close the gender tech gap and to promote economic empowerment of women. And third, economic recovery should be smart and innovative. Foreign direct investments have been and will remain an important generator of economic development in the country. But the key to recovery will be Montenegro's capacity to innovate. The smart specialization strategy of Montenegro offers a new approach and can be used as a lighthouse in order to recalibrate other national policies and important government documents. In this way, Montenegro could accelerate development and avoid the so-called middle-income trap. And UNDP will definitely continue to provide support to the newly established Council for Innovation and Smart Specialization, helping to incentivize research. However, economic growth alone does not automatically translate into human development progress. Pro-poor policies and significant investments in people's capabilities through a focus on education, health, but in particular also future basic skills, can expand access to decent work and provide for sustainable growth. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Green Days 2020 vision is ambitious, and it is nothing less than to reshape the way we think about future economic development and growth in the country. The economic impact of COVID-19 must be used to accelerate green transition and circular economy. The path forward is already spelled out in the strategic framework of the European Green Deal, which is very much in line with the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals. Dear Deputy Prime Minister, dear President of the Chamber of Economy, dear colleagues, let me close by thanking the Deputy Prime Minister and all our partners for co-hosting this important conference. I wish you productive discussions. Thank you.
That was a message from UNDP Assistant Administrator and Regional Director for Europe and the Commonwealth of Independent States, Ms. Mirjana Špoljarić-Eger. I will now kindly ask Mr. Danilo Gvozdenović, Vice President of the Chamber of Economy of Montenegro, to greet you. Izvolite.
Poštovani potpredsjedniče Vlade Crne Gore, gospodine Simoviću, poštovana visoka predstavnica UNDP-a, gospođo Špoljarić-Eger, poštovana ambasadorko Gašparikova, uvaženi gospodine Potočnik, cijenjeni ministri, uvaženi panelisti i moderatori, poštovani učesnici konferencije, dame i gospodo. Zadovoljstvo mi je da vas pozdravim povodom otvaranja druge konferencije Zeleni dani, na kojoj će se otvoriti pitanja mogućeg razvoja redefinisanja novih strategija upravljanja resursima. Vjerujem da ćemo u ova 2 dana čuti brojne korisne ideje koje će učiniti da drugačije percipiramo našu i budućnost čitave planete, te pokazati da znamo cijeniti sve blagodeti koje nam priroda daje. Da drugačije razmišljamo primorava nas i aktuelna pandemija, koja je za samo nekoliko mjeseci prouzrokovala privredni zastoj i promjenu prioriteta na svim nivoima, od lokalnog do globalnog. Promijenjena je naša svakodnevnica, zatvorile su se granice, promet roba i usluga je ograničen, a većina kompanija se još uvijek bori za opstanak. Definitivno, u ovim okolnostima svijet postaje svjestan da se mora ubrzano raditi balans između potrošačkog društva i brige o prirodi, resursima i načinu upravljanja. Smatram da će teme ovogodišnje konferencije uz brižljivo birane govornike ponuditi odličnu diskusiju, argumentovan dijalog i siguran sam dobre zaključke i smjernice u vezi sa ovim izazovima. Vlada Crne Gore, UNDP i Privredna komora su u proteklih par mjeseci realizovali niz aktivnosti, zahvaljujući kojima su postavljeni temelji za izradu mape puta Crne Gore ka cirkularnoj ekonomiji. Na tome posebno želimo da zahvalimo ekspertskom timu koji je predvodila gospođa Ladeja Godina-Košir, koja je u ovaj projekat uložila veliki trud. Iako smo zbog pandemije bili primorani da realizaciju svih aktivnosti na ovom zadatku izmjestimo u virtualni svijet, uspjeli smo da održimo punu pažnju kompanija i institucija koje su učestvovale u ovom procesu. Nadam se da će učesnici konferencije nakon održanih prezentacija i panela biti u prilici da bolje sagledaju prednosti cirkularne ekonomije i pruže doprinos budućem radu na kreiranju i implementaciji mape puta u Crnoj Gori. Razgovori na ovu temu su veoma aktuelni i moraju u osnovi imati efikasno upravljanje resursima i procese koji ne štete životnoj sredini. To od nas zahtijeva da unaprijedimo vezu između naučne i poslovne zajednice i da inovativnost stavimo u funkciju ekonomskog napretka i održivog rasta i razvoja. Riječ je o temama koje prevazilaze nacionalne okvire i aktuelne su na najvažnijim evropskim i svjetskim adresama. Ova tema veoma je važna u času kad naša država postavlja nove ciljeve razvoja svoje ekonomije. Naime, Vlada Crne Gore je donijela u posljednjih par mjeseci 2 veoma važne i značajne odluke. Odluku o izradi prostornog plana Crne Gore i odluku o izradi plana generalne regulacije Crne Gore. Kako su oba dokumenta, tako reći, sublimat svih strategija razvoja Crne Gore, očekuje se da rad na ovim dokumentima bude osnova za stvaranje novih perspektiva Crne Gore. Kroz ova 2 dokumenta i njihovo usaglašavanje na nivou svih ministarstava vlade Crne Gore, lokalnih samouprava, civilnog sektora i privrede, odredit će se razvoj Crne Gore u narednih 20 godina. Ni izazovnijeg, ni težeg posla za jednu državu. Vjerujem da će poruke koje se budu čule na našoj konferenciji, teme i panelisti biti inspiracija da i ova važna dokumenta za naredni razvoj Crne Gore budu rađene u potpunosti na fonu cirkularne ekonomije, što će značiti obnovu ekosistema, dominantan utjecaj nauke i inovacija na svim poljima privrede. Privredna komora kao jedan od organizatora ovog skupa veoma je počastvovana učešće renomiranih govornika, kao i velikim interesovanjem za ovaj događaj od strane domaće i međunarodne javnosti. U nadi da će svijet ubrzo uspješno se izboriti sa pandemijom i da ćemo naredne zelene dane održati u redovnim okolnostima, zahvaljujem za vašu pažnju i želim nam uspješan rad.
Thank you, Mr. Gvozdenovic. It's a great honor for me to introduce our first keynote speaker, a man who brings the knowledge of a scientist and economist to the area of resource use and the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Janez Potočnik, co-chair of the International Resource Panel and former European Commissioner for the Environment, who is joining us from Brussels. Mr. Potočnik, good morning and welcome to Green Days.
Good morning to everybody. Really pleased to be here, dragi prijatelji. I will now screen and try to do the presentation. So, I have titled Sustainable Society, Importance of the Resource Management. I hope it will be convincing enough that you will understand why your conference and everything you are doing is so important and crucial for your development in the future. Just a second. Okay. Okay, let's start with the taste of the word. We have all got used that we will have approximately 9.7 billion till the mid of the century, which means that we will have on the planet additional population of Germany in 1 year, additional population of United States of America in 4 years, and additional population of Montenegro in less than 3 days. The world reaches 1%, have more than twice as much wealth as 6.9 billion people, and the 22 richest men have more wealth than all the 326 million women in Africa. We throw away 1/3 of the food we produce, which means that we throw away 1/3 of all the energy, land, water, pesticides, everything which is used for the production of the food. More than half of the cities, which will exist in 2050, have not yet been built. In just 3 years, China used more cement than United States of America in the whole 20th century. Climate experts are warning us that if we do not halve the emissions by 2030, we can forget the 1.5 degrees Celsius target. Biodiversity, according to Living Planet Index, 60% of the life disappeared in just last 40 years. According to IPBES, biomass of the mammals living in the nature has been reduced in recent decades for 82%. Health, COVID-19 has forced the whole world practically and the world economy in a lockdown. 1 million of plastic bottles are bought every minute. Only 9% are recycled, 12 incinerated, 79% landfilled. And if you drink only bottled water, you consume 130,000 plastic particles per year from that source alone, compared to 4,000 if you drink it from the tap. So this is just the expression where we are living. The most important thing which you have to understand is that for the first time in the human history, this generation is the generation which faced the emergence of a single tightly coupled human socio-ecological system of planetary scope. We are more interconnected and interdependent than ever, and our individual and collective responsibility has enormously increased. You have probably heard about safe operating space, the donut, which is defined by basic human needs. That's the internal circle, which is including the minimum requirements of resource supply, and the outer limit of planetary boundaries. The internal circle it's growing, which means, and since the planetary boundaries are more or less limited, it means that the green part is actually shrinking. We are already overshooting some of the planetary boundaries: climate change, then nitrogen, phosphorus, land conservation, biodiversity loss. And maybe the best way how to explain the world in which we are living was done by the Club of Rome, saying that we have moved from the empty world, which was dominated by nature, to the full world, which is dominated by humans. In the empty world, it was the labor and infrastructure which were the limiting factors of the human well-being, while in the full world, it's the natural resources and environmental sinks, which are the crucial factors for human well-being, which means that if you want to think about your success of the economy in the future, you can't do it without taking into account in the center natural resources and environmental sinks. When we do the scientific approach to the resource management, we normally use the approach of DPSIR. D stands for drivers, P for pressures, S for state, I for impacts, and R for response. Normally, We talk about climate change, biodiversity loss, which are state and impact. These are the consequences of something. But whenever we start to talk about drivers and pressures, we are immediately turning to the humans and human activity, to our economy, to economics. And the use of the resources is actually connecting both. So how efficiently you use the resources determines your economic success. But on the other, how inefficiently, irresponsibly you use it actually determines also the climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, and other impacts. Why this is important? Because the policies are different. And if we agree about that, then it's essential that we focus on our economy. Let us explain what is the problem of our economy in just 2 slides. This is the slide which is presenting you Inclusive Wealth Index. It was reported, published by UN in 2018. Inclusive Wealth Index, it's actually a kind of GDP plus. So it has 3 components. Production capital, which is the dotted gray production capital per capita, which is the dotted gray line. Then human capital per capita, which is a blue dotted line, and natural capital per capita, which is a green dotted line here. The solid gray line is actually the GDP, which is growing almost with the same level as the production capital. As we are seeing for the last a bit more than 20 years, production capital per capita and GDP has almost doubled. Human capital per capita has more or less stand still, so it has increased for 8%, and natural capital per capita has unfortunately in that period decreased for almost 40%. So the conclusion is relatively simple. The growth of our GDP in the past decades has been achieved at the cost of depleting the natural capital. So let's go now to translating that to the logic of functioning of our market economy. You know that producers and consumers apparently behave on the market rationally, which means that the most important incentive which we are giving to all of us, it's actually the price incentive. If we combine the previous slide with this, we can come to the conclusion that production capital is overvalued and over-rewarded, that human capital is undervalued and under-rewarded, and that natural capital in many cases it's not valued and not rewarded at all. If somebody expects that through that signals which we are sending on the market, we will get a balanced economic, social, and environmental picture, then he or she should wake up, because this will never happen. And this is the major problem which basically we are all together facing. This is how it should look. That's something which was produced by European Environment Agency, so economic system should be the function of the ecosystem. But the major problem in that system is environmental externalities. As Commissioner for Environment, I have heard many times that I cannot introduce that and that from a simple reason, because this has negative consequences on economics and economic growth. And unfortunately, this is the wrong assumption, because those costs are already existing. We are just denying them. We are not calculating them. They are paid by either the health system, in this case, which we are facing a lot, or in the majority of cases, by the future generations, because future generations cannot complain. So in short, we privatize the profits and we socialize the costs. This is leading me to the resources. Resources have in the human history always been closely related to stability, conflicts, wars. You can just remember land, water, oil, precious minerals. And according to the UNIRP, which I'm co-chairing, in the midterm, except in specific cases, resource shortage by itself will not be the core limiting factor of our economic development. But the environmental, climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, and health consequences caused by this excessive and irresponsible use of resources will be essential. When we have last year in the IRP released the Global Resource Outlook, we have looked at biomass, metals, fossil fuels, non-metallic minerals. You should add also the questions which are related to energy and land, but we have basically, to energy and water, but these were addressed by other reports. And the major conclusions which could be done from the report are these. we have looked to the resource use in the last 50 years. Global resource use has more than tripled since 1970. Global material demand per capita almost doubled, which means that majority of that tripling could be devoted to economic development. And finally, that material productivity, that's the curve, this black curve which you see, which is in essence the efficiency of the use of the materials per unit of GDP, has been increasing globally till the year 2000, and after that year it started to fall. How it's possible that it's falling if it's actually increasing in all the countries? Because a lot of the products which we have before produced in resource efficient countries like Europe, Japan, United States, are now produced in Indonesia, China, Japan, countries which are less resource efficient, which means that with that shift, we are actually using per unit of GDP even more resources than we have before the year 2000. Environmental impacts which we have calculated from resource extraction and processing phase, so not including the use phase, are 90% of global biodiversity loss and water stress are connected to this. So if you want to solve the problem of biodiversity loss and water stress, then look to the left and here to the green, where we are showing where the problems lies, and more than 80% of the problems it's linked to the question of the biomass use, which means that you have to focus predominantly on the agricultural activity, a bit on forestry, but agriculture is central. Half of the global climate change could also be explained by resource extraction and processing phase, and even 1/3 of the air pollution, which means if you are buying a car and you are not using it, just parking it, you have already caused 1/3 of the pollution, because the resources needs to be extracted and the car needs to be produced. That's why the coupling concept is the core principle which IRP is defending. So we do believe that well-being and economic activity could grow, but only under the condition that it is decoupled from the resource use and that both are decoupled from environmental impacts. This is leading me to the circular economy. So I would just like to draw your attention where we should a bit refocus. Circular economy should be seen as an instrument for delivering decoupling I was talking about. And in a way also as a part of the bigger picture of our economic, societal, and cultural transformation, which is needed if we want to deliver the SDGs. And Green Deal is entirely based on the circular economy. Maybe the best it was explained by Walter Stachel, one of the fathers of circular economy, saying, linear economy is like a river and circular economy it's like a lake. This is the slide which I'm pretty sure majority of you knows. It's a butterfly from Ellen MacArthur Foundation. On the left-hand side, you have the regenerative green part. The blue part, it's non-regenerative economy. And the major mistake, which is normally or many times still done, is that when people talk about circularity, they immediately shift to the recycling. So recycling, to be precise, is the worst of the good. So when you recycle, of course, various kinds of natural resources have already been used. It's essential, I'm not denying that, but it is at the end of the development span. When you try to deal with the climate-related challenges, normally you use the policies which are linked to the energy. All the Paris Agreement is actually based on this orange logic. So carbon management, energy management, supply side solutions. But imagine the situation that you would have an economy where you would have abundant energy, where you would have cheap energy, where you would have all renewable energy, but current systems of production and consumption in mobility, in housing, in producing of the food and so on. So that is not yet the solution for the climate crisis. So essentially, you need to combine it with decoupling, with the circular economy, with decoupling from land, water, materials, and also with the nature-based solutions. Currently, our focus is on orange, but if we want to have efficient policies, we need to go in blue and green too. Just to give you one example from this decoupling circular economy story. Many do believe that replacing combustion engine car by electric car, it's not a solution at all. It is an important part, but far from the real challenge which we are facing. Why? Because the car, these are the data for typical European car. European car, it's parked 92% of time. 1%, it's 1.6%, it's looking for parking. 1% is sitting in congestion, and 5% we are driving it. But even when we are driving it, we have in the 5-seater only 1.5 people per trip, which means that the utility of European car is 2%. So the major problem of mobility, it's actually utility of the existing fleet which we have. And when the material economics were calculated, what would it just mean if we would shift from owning cars to the sharing cars, we could cut the CO2 emissions for approximately 70%, the total cost of our ownership, so it would be better for our pockets, for 77%, and externalities and cost to society for 74%. There are two major things which I do consider as highly problematic in the linear system. One is that in the production process, the product which producer is producing, it's entirely losing the track from producer. So producer is responsible for the product until it's produced, consumer until it's consumed, and at the end of use for the waste, it's normally taken by society. So imagine that you would connect the product better to producer, so that the producer would actually be interested to getting at the end of life, at the end of use phase, the product back. That would, so thinking with the logic of retaining the value, that actually the producer would be the owner of that product again. That would force the producer to design the product entirely differently, to create totally different business models. So in that case, you would basically not need an eco-design directive, because design would be by incentivizing producer done in a different way. Or if we look through that underutilization through the consumer optic, it's not about owning, it's about using. So we don't need cars, we actually need mobility. We don't need light bulbs, we need the light. We don't need chairs, we need to sit. We don't need refrigerators, we need a chilled and healthy food. We don't need CDs, we want to listen to the music. We don't need pesticides, we need healthy plants. So with this logic of dematerialization, rethinking ownership, moving from pure efficiency to the sufficiency logic, I think we can do a lot. What is the problem of underutilization looking through the consumer's eyes? Preferences from consumers to own the products like houses, cars, refrigerators, clothes, are of course driving consumption in a massive lock-in and also underutilization. Solution should be searched in the young generation, which is less ownership biased than my generation, and in particular by providing the consumers alternative solutions, because if we are not providing alternative solutions, consumers will never be ready to change. Circular Economy Action Plan, which you know was recently adopted, has 4 parts: sustainable product policy, key products and value chains, less waste, more value, and cross-cutting actions. It's actually quite a good plan, and it could lead you, in particular, I'm appreciating that the Commission has shifted from the waste logic more to the product and sectors logic. The step which they have not yet done, it's moving from that to a kind of system logic. So for example, in mobility, which I used before, they are still talking about cars and batteries. They are not talking about mobility. But there is no answer to mobility story if you look at only through the improving the cars, making it more efficient, or batteries and so on. So when you talk about your country going circular, what is the most important is that you do understand that activities which you do in that basically very much fit within your efforts for accessing the European Union. I'm quoting the Circular Economy Action Plan. The transition to circular economy will be systematic, deep, and transformative in EU and beyond. Commission invites EU institutions and bodies to endorse this action plan and actively contributes to its implementation and encourages member states to adopt or update their national circular economy strategies. EU will reinforce the monitoring of national plans and measure to accelerate the transition to a circular economy as part of refocusing the European semester. So it goes deep in economic governance of Europe. And if you do that, you basically follow the steps which all the countries today are doing. So going in the direction of circular economy roadmap, it's actually creating conditions for understanding and embracing the circular economy concept and providing the government's leadership and building the stakeholders' ownership. While the next step should be then developing an action plan. So from setting the direction to actually implementing it, identifying the necessary measures and getting the commitments of ministers and of course agreeing on the timeline of the implementation. One of the activities which is in particular important for your country is of course linked to the tourism. And Commissioner Breton just recently talked about that. And his statement was that we need to rethink sustainable, digital, resilient European tourism sector. And he mentioned 3 components of such a strategy. Firstly, promote sustainable tourism in the face of over-tourism. So we need to find a balance between preservation of tourist ecosystems and economic realities. Secondly, tourism will have to go digital and find a balance between so-called traditional players and major digital platforms. And finally, tourism must become strategic because of its economic, social weight, and because it is based on a rich European history, priceless European cultural diversity. It must also protect itself. In particular, it must protect itself from aggressive investment strategies from non-European countries. Nicely, this question was also addressed by Circular Economy 360 Alliance, where Ladea also was providing an introduction. They talk about the pathways towards a resilient and sustainable tourism ecosystem, an important role to play in the circular economy transition, deeply interlinking with and dependent on multiple key resource flows, asset and commodity value chain and society, agriculture, food, built environment, and transport industries, to name a few, and identifying key tourism industry sectors, accommodation, transport activity, food, beverages, event organizers, distribution. So actually making a key distinction between asset-heavy and asset-light industry actors. But for more, of course, you will have to look to the report if you haven't yet. This is finally leading me before conclusion to European Green Deal, a new growth strategy. You know the Commission priorities, European Green Deal and Europe Fit for Digital Age are 2 of the core. But how do you have to understand the European Green Deal? If I'm quoting from the Green Deal communication, December communication itself, communication, its initial roadmap of key policies and measures, all EU actions and policies will have to contribute to EGD objectives. Rethink the policies for clean energy supply across economy, industry, production and consumption, large-scale infrastructure, transport, food and agriculture, construction, taxation, and social benefits. So, in essence, European Green Deal communication, which was issued in December, was a start. All the documents following later, digital documents following on top of that, recently released Farm to Fork and Biodiversity Strategy, and many more documents existing and coming, actually are European Green Deal. That's how you should understand it. General orientation was pretty clear. The most important sentence in the Green Deal is the sentence, it's a new growth strategy. Why? Because till that moment, even in the Commission, it was understood that economic development and environmental preservation are in conflict. After the Green Deal, it is understood in a different way. They do actually support each other, and one without other, it's actually not successful. It also aims to protect, conserve, enhance the European Union's natural capital, protect the health and well-being of citizens from environment-related risks and impacts. This transition must be just and inclusive, and it's also positioning the strategy of Commission to implement UN 2030 agenda and SDGs. So it's actually consistent with SDGs. As a summary, it's a promising start and a long road ahead. European Commission leads in the first place a high appreciation of the work done, sincere help in filling some of the gaps identified. So in short, ambition is clear and convincing. Implementation, it's still uncertain. European leadership in that respect, it's clear. Europe should not be understood only as blue with yellow stars. It's a rainbow. It's blue for freedom and democracy. It's red for social values. It's green for protection of environment. It's yellow for the culture. We can hardly picture Europe as the center of the world economically, but we should do everything that Europe remains the center of the dreams of the people of the world. And in the majority of the cases, this is the fact. There has never been a better moment for Europe to move from the history of resource-driven imperialism, if I can say so, into an era of responsible use of natural resources, mitigating its resource fragility, and strengthening preparedness and resilience. This would also clearly position European Green Deal and give it a real historic and also strategic weight. As Johann Wolfgang Goethe said, knowing it's not enough, we must apply. Willing it's not enough, we must do. We are in knowing and willing phase currently. To conclude, transition to a more sustainable economy and society is simply unavoidable. Humans are supposed to be intelligent. It is high time to prove it. So we have to fix a broken compass. Europe's moment, Repair and Prepare for the Next Generation, which was released a few days ago, it's actually clearly trying to address three crises. Two, which are acute, so the health and socio-economic crisis of economic shutdown, which was following the acute health crisis, and the crisis with the deeper roots, which is a chronic crisis of globalization and economic transition. The latter one has been feeding climate change and income inequality, and it's rapidly leading also to massive unemployment. Effects will unfortunately be asymmetrical for countries and for economic sectors. That's why it is important that this Europe's moment is based on solidarity, and it is. It's introducing a new recovery instrument with a nice name, Next Generation EU. And even more, it's proposing a number of new own resources and introducing a common EU debt, which was not possible before. Actually, this is a good sign because this is a belief that the European Union will be with us for many years more because we believe in its existence. European Union recovery plan must guide and build a more sustainable, resilient, and fairer Europe. The language is clear. Delivery mechanisms, unfortunately, are not, and it's up to be seen how will be implemented in practice. The basic lesson which we can learn from COVID is this one. Many are saying that the world after COVID-19 will not be the same again. My dear friends, I'm afraid that the world will be exactly the same. Hopefully, we will understand it better. Very likely, the frequency and severity of health-related outbreaks, climate-related extreme weather events will in the future increase. So we need to rethink the way we are managing our risks as individuals, collectively, privately, private companies, public policymakers, locally, globally. So strengthening resilience and preparedness. And by the way, not many are knowing that precautionary principle, it's actually a principle which is written in EU treaties. And maybe this is a moment where we can rethink how could be better in practice implemented in the future. It is obviously that it can save jobs if the argument that it's saving lives, it's for some not convincing enough. For me, European Green Deal and post-COVID recovery are simply two sides of the same coin. Why? Because economic policy designed by Green Deal and related documents is the most convincing competitiveness policy for the European Union. European Union is terribly import dependent on majority of critical resources and energy related resources. The price of those resources in the long run are increasing. And it is essential that we keep the social component and do not compete with lowering wages with the rest of the world, where we have really opportunity to base our competitiveness policy on better managing the resource management side. It is some are today calling that we should be less dependent on the others. But this reconsideration of globalization effects can actually be done nicely through the circular economy, because circular economy, by saving the resources, is lowering the dependency from the imports. Because circular economy, it's providing more local jobs, which again is lowering the dependency. I think that again, both Green Deal and post-COVID call for intergenerational solidarity and agreement. Why? Because European Green Deal, it's clearly acknowledging that we are indebting future generations in environmental sense, while the huge amounts of money which will be deployed after the COVID crisis will actually indebt also future generations financially. And minimum, what is our obligation is that while we are indebting them environmentally and economically, we should not leave them with the same world which we have created. The urgency which was missing in climate and other environmental debates with the money which is now arriving on the table, it's actually there. So if we use all those existing funding and also readiness of countries to deploy it, we can hit basically both targets. And finally, both are basically showing that we need a new approach to governance, that we are interconnected, interdependent, that we need to share sovereignty, because sharing sovereignty actually means cooperating more. And we have learned very clearly, if we would cooperate better today, we would save a lot of jobs and we would save a lot of lives. Circular economy, it's not a new concept. It's actually the oldest concept on the earth. Nature, it's a bioeconomy organized on the principles of the circular economy. Nothing is lost, everything has its purpose. It makes sense to embrace it and finally start to behave accordingly. In essence, there is only one question we have to answer. Do we agree that we humans are part of nature too? And this is followed by the last slide. If somebody of you still have the problem to believing that, then best would be to ask the advice of the most famous Belgian detective, that's Hercule Poirot, when he was once asked why he's speaking about himself always in the third person, he replied something like that. If one is such a genius like me, it is very important to establish a healthy distance to himself. To translate that, if we humans believe that we are such genius as we are, that we are more intelligent than all other living beings, and yes, we have much higher level of responsibility, and we have to take care not only for ourselves, but also for the others. We have to establish a healthy distance to ourselves. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Potočnik. That was an inspiring speech by the co-chair of the International Resource Panel and former EU Commissioner. We are nearing our first panel for the day, and we encourage all attendees who are on the call and who have already registered to get involved. If you have any questions, please send them via the chat box and our panelists will answer them during the Q&A sessions. For all of those watching the live stream, we invite you to share your thoughts and key conference insights with the conference hashtag Green Days 2020.
The current global health crisis has significantly disrupted the global economy and the societies. The transition to a circular economy offers an opportunity to rethink our future development, to develop an economy in which today's goods are tomorrow's resources. This change in perspective is important in order to address many of today's fundamental challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, our first panel discussion is Circular Advantage, the Economic and Business Rationale. I will now kindly ask our panel moderator, Ms. Ladeja Godina-Košir, CEO of Circular Change, who is joining us from Ljubljana, to introduce the panelists. Good morning, Ms. Ladeja.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome and congratulations on the event. So thank you very much for having us here. I would like to thank the whole team behind the Green Days, as well as to those who are behind the scene and enabling us to be together despite the circumstances that are not offering us the space where we can jointly discuss as we were used to. So first of all, I would like to explain a little bit how this panel is going to be organized, and that I would like to emphasize that this is actually the collaboration between the Green Days and the Circular Change platform. As you know, the Circular Change is organizing a conference every year, and this year, the 5th edition, is very special. And thanks to you, we are opening today the first online discussion focusing on circular economy. So this is the intro in our 5th edition of Circular Change Conference. The next will follow at the end of August in partnership with Black Strategic Forum from Slovenia. So what are we going to focus on? As Janez Potočnik nicely introduced, and I believe that we are all very much encouraged, inspired, and empowered now to contribute to this circular transition and green recovery. There are a lot of opportunities, but a lot of challenges as well. And Montenegro decided to go in the direction of this green recovery and of circular transition. And with Circular Change, we are collaborating on the preparation process of national roadmap. So what we are going to do now in this panel, we will focus a little bit on one important aspect, that is food. And it has been mentioned already that 1/3 of food is wasted on the global level. And how important it is now in this new situation really to be less dependent on import. And Montenegro luckily has a very rich and untouched nature as well. So we will try to find out how circular approach can even contribute to the development of local production of the food and prevent the waste of food in Montenegro. The other aspect that is also very important, and it was mentioned already, are innovations and creativity. And here we come to business models. So now we are moving to our first speaker. And we are very proud and happy to announce Juri Arponen from Sitra, Senior Lead for Circular Economy, who will share with us the experience of Sitra from Finland. And I believe that we can learn a lot from what they have achieved also regarding the engagement of different stakeholders into the process of circular transition. So who is actually Mr. Juri Arponen? He has been worked for more than 20 years in business development, marketing, and financing, as well as accelerating company growth and internationalization. And he's now senior lead in the Finnish innovation fund Sitra. So directing a circular business program with the technology industry to help the enterprises and companies to turn inefficiencies in the current linear value chains into business value with circular business models. So please, Yuri, the floor is yours, the screen is yours. We are looking forward to hear more from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this invitation, and it is an honor and pleasure to be here. And actually, I was making notes while Janek, Mr. Potnetchik was speaking, and I cannot agree more. And actually, we do have tools now to decouple the growth from the using of virgin materials, and I think the one point is that when you can get up, this is also applying a natural capital and human capital, so that you start to figure out why you are creating value and to whom, and taking your eyes from the production to the client. And that's maybe one of the main messages. But I will start to share my presentation, and I will start with that. Let's see here. Is it functioning okay?
Yes.
Okay. So yes, we heard a lot about the problems we have had. The environmental crisis and COVID-19 has exposed the vulnerabilities in business and societies. I think that this has been really from the 1970s, when the limits of growth were coming out. I think the transition started then, but it has been taking a very, very long time. And now we had to speed this up, this transition. And this is the last decade of, the ecological construction. We don't have time anymore. And yes, circular economy actually provides a very, very different lens than before to assess the risk and opportunity associated with the resource dependence. And we have to move to new approaches in businesses, business model design, procurement, and so on. So this is not only about recycling, like we heard, and this is not only mitigation, it's the fundamental change in your mindset. And for me, the circular economy is my sort of defining of that is that if Mother Nature would design a process, it wouldn't create waste. So how to create this value? And yes, we in Sitra started this journey in 2014 when we did the study with McKinsey of the potentials, and then we have gone along with the roadmap and action plan, and now we have created the action plan number 2, so it's 2.0 last year. And now it's time to shift bigger, and that's why we have now this governmental strategic program for very clear objectives and indicators and allocation of the resources and finance and alignment to all ministries and all the players. But you have to have also very good leadership steering, but then we need very, very clear indicators, goals, measurements, and very good also operative management. That's crucial to make the things happen. Yes, we have also been nominated, like Ladeja, you have been the human of the world circulars in 2018. So Sitra was nominated the organization there as well. So we are very active, and I'm actually working closely with these industries and making change. So I'm the guy when they go, now we know why, and now we need to answer how, and that's when I come in question. So we created with the Accenture and Finnish Federation for Manufacturing and Tech Industries a playbook for companies to start to make the change. And now we did that also with Chem Industries, and there are thousands of downloads, and I've been doing that for years now, or let's say 2.5 years globally as well. So this is very, very spreading, and it's very easy to use. So I'm going to take you a trip to show that. So this is actually my mission in Sitra right now is to work closely with companies and make a greater transformation, the shift with the company. So going from greenwash to green cash. And actually the cash concept is also changing. It can be not something else than money. It will be in the future because we have the capability to measure, have indicators, and which have a real market value as well, once we can show a real objectives that we are aiming to. And this is always the big question when we see these, or when we get new strategies, reports, plans, and programs. So what are the clear benefits and concrete business opportunities? That's the question. And okay, so what are these new business models that we have to adapt in order to address these challenges and possibilities that we have? And of course, you have to always explain first, start to think about what is happening inside the company. So one is, of course, the risk mitigation. It's been there always. And while you are talking about the outer circulators, which we saw there in a butterfly, it's mainly about resource efficiency, which is very good, and you will be also very cost efficient. But and also there will be less waste and such. But that's not the all. With these new business models, you have an opportunity with the new technology, meaning sharing platforms, product as a service, the outcome as a service. You can also get the new revenue streams, and that means new type of growth where you can decouple. And I can show. I have one. I have only limited time, so I have only 1-2 examples on that. But that's internal benefits, and then there is this external benefits, which is huge. And I, our companies like Wärtsilä and ABB and such are saying, if we are not changing our businesses, we won't be here anymore within 5 years. So the time is now to make the change. And somebody is saying that there is no such a clear indicators that when we should make the change. I think that we already have it a long time ago, and now it's the last time to start to make the change. And now we are getting tool from the Green Deal. We are getting funding to enable that. And then we have the taxonomy, which is very good as well, because every money, all the money that is publicly provided to the companies must not go to old sort of fossil economy anymore. It has to go alongside with this just transformation, and also to be sure that companies are actually following the new regime of change. So customer engagement is one thing, investor engagement, but of course people need purpose to come to the work. They don't, they don't buy your products. They don't want to be engaged with you anymore. And actually, when I said about the greenwash, it's not anymore possible to lie. You think about Volkswagen, what happened, and what a drop in their business results as well. So earnings went bottom, and the value of the stock. So these are very much linked together. So you cannot anymore think that only one dimension of the sustainability is there. It has to be ecological, it has to be the social, and also economical, and all linked together. So I mentioned that the technology is the enabler. I think that within these last 3 years, actually, the pace has accelerated a lot towards these new businesses. A lot to do with the new technology and digitalization, because you can optimize, you can predict, you can have predictive maintenance, you have all the possibilities to track your materials, to track your customer, and you can do the services without customer direct remotely. So you can be all the time engaged with your customer, and in this way you can also decouple the growth from the value creation. So this is actually, for many bigger companies now, the biggest challenge is, while your customer is using your product, the emissions go high, and how can we handle this? So this is the biggest thing for many. So for example, engine provider, that now they want to sell that as a service, or at least having a huge monitoring, predictive maintenance, and also service packages, which you can have on this online optimization. And even they monitor and use the whole product. So you don't have to touch, it's a touch-free, remotely operated, and also very much about also this life cycle care, because longer life cycle, it's always much better. So I have an example here. I will come that later. So I think that this was the Michelin case was sort of starting point, going from the actual selling the tires, sell them as a service. So, and it's beneficial for the both sides. You don't have to invest to the new tires, you pay a monthly fee, but for the that one who is producing is following all the time and actually predicting the usage of them and getting fee. So you get many transactions and value streams on ongoing services over the one-off sales. So this is the principle what is taking place right now in many. But how you do this change from linear, it's very easy to say that, hey, from linear to circular, and now we are all happy and living together very peace and nicely. So you have to get tools, and that's why we created. So why question is not anymore, or when is now, and this is showing how. What are the opportunities? So first you take your inefficiencies. I'm always saying that let's start with the stupidities. Why you have the meeting room lights and air condition on while nobody is using that? That's a stupidity. Take them off. Lock it down, don't use that. Or why is it empty? Put somebody there, share it or rent it or do anything. The second question is, what are the inefficiencies in your processes from the beginning to the end of your value chains? And then you go through all your functions and all your processes. And then you start, and then you usually also address pain points to your customer. And after this, you figure out what are the new unexploited customer engagements, and then you start to figure out and assess what is the best business model to address those problems, challenges, and new opportunities. Some of companies, they already know that, hey, this is our problem, let's go for there, and we want to grow there, and let's start with this sharing platform or something else. And then you go through the capabilities, technologies, and how to make the transformation. And out of this one particular business model you're going to change, we always make a business plan on business canvas. And then we have business model development toolkit where you can go through this whole process. You have the capability maturity assessment and technology assessment, and then we have also Excel for you, so you can start to do the calculation. But if you have your own, it's of course okay, but it's all there. Just click on circularplaybook.fi and you have it in your use. You just have to make a registration. And this spring we made one for the chem industry as well. You find additional info on that on our webpage. And you are very, very familiar, I think, with these sort of traditional circular economy business model which is regarding sourcing, manufacturing, logistics, and reverse logistics, and even the product life extension. But but the new ones are these. So these below are sort of traditional ones, which you're all aware, and that's more like efficiency. So it's about EBITDA in your company. And these up here, they are more for the new revenue. Of course, you can get the revenue out of those as well, but if you want to make a new growth, you have to figure out the new possibilities in these product as a service and sharing platforms. And I'm always saying that leading companies are already doing, but leading companies doesn't have to be the biggest ones. They are many times the smaller ones. And here are both. And you can find all of these, more than 100 cases in the playbook as well. But as you can see in different sector, you have different type of business models. But after all, you will, once you are there in the upper level of the circularity, you will have them all in your company. This is a small company actually in Turku, in Finland, and they changing the whole business area actually with this selling air instead of selling the compressor, because usually the life cycle of compressor is 7 years, and it's also including oil inside, and they don't have oil, and the life cycle of this is 25 years by monitoring and operating remotely this compressor. And this is very also that we all are in different, this is nationally and in company wise, that we are in different level. And that's why you always have to understand that where we are right now and what we want to do. And that's why the strategy is the most important. And these business models are changing the whole business environment. It's not just the value chain change, it's also your business ecosystem. And there is a huge potential in each steps of these. And of course, you have to change the customer value delivery, resource handling, and also how you manage this all, meaning organization and collaboration, and innovation has to be changed as well. But biggest change must be there between your laptop and chair. So it's me and you, we all do this together. So I don't know who can say that this is not for our business or we don't care. I really think, but it's not enough. We also have to change not our mindset and values, but behave as we have said. So this was kind of very fast and furious, but with the 15 minutes, it's kind of, I hope that you got the indicators and how you should get started. And so, like there was said in the beginning, that it's possible to make a change and start to figure out what type of value you are creating and how, and concentrate on your customer instead of yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yuri, for this great presentation and for the insight. What I particularly liked was your kind of slogan, from greenwash to green cash, because it is very often that particularly companies ask, okay, but what is in it for me? So I would like to set this question to you because you're so experienced and you have met so many companies already. So, and as you nicely pointed out, there is no one who can say, no, there is nothing in it for me. But regarding Montenegro and understanding the economy that, as we have heard, is very much based also on tourism and in smart specialization, moving towards digitalization with the potential for agribusiness and so on and so on. So approaching the Montenegrin market, what would be the first thing? So what would be your recommendation to start this business-oriented circular journey?
Yes, you know this, maybe I get many times the same question, but and also that we are only such a small company, or I'm an individual startup, and I'm always saying that, hey, what is that you are really there for? And I'm starting with these 3 dimensions, that if you have a business idea, is it really viable in this all dimensions of sustainability? And then if and on the other hand, if you're having this, because everybody knows it's a very clear sort of systemic to go through all the stupidities, inefficiencies, new possibilities, and new engagement, new customer engagement. What is the potential there? So you can do that in all businesses, in all organizations, despite the sector you are. And of course, usually, you know, the plastic is one. I don't know what type of system you have, but when I was in Lagos, they are struggling with the plastics and all the other problems. I say that give a plastic a value, and it doesn't have to always be money. It can be also some sort of incentives like we have in the world. So very, very simple things first to get started. What is the biggest challenges? What are the biggest problems? And then make, of course, what are the new potentials? Then you get the you know, interest of all stakeholders, and then you start to go with the strategy and action plan and roadmaps. But start with something that has real value, and at the same time, while you are building up your strategies, do something, you know, not the low-hanging fruits, but something concrete must be there. And of course, there are those as well. So I don't I don't think that there is any new trick. There is just a new mindset to do it.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much for this. And what we like is also how you have titled this book. It is called A Circular Playbook, because it should be playful and joyful as well, because circular economy is not something where we have to suffer, but it's something where we should create and innovate and also have fun sometimes. And now we will move to our panelists. And at the end, of course, we will discuss and open other questions and ask the audience also to contribute with their questions. So I would like to introduce our panelists, starting with the lady. So Ms. Darja Figel is joining us, Executive Director, Interseroc Slovenia. Interseroc is an integral part of the Berlin-based recycling and environmental service provider Alba Group. Interseroc is a company specialized in waste product management, a leading service provider in the field of sustainability, and pioneer in the field of closing loops on products, materials, or the logistics circles. So a lot of knowledge and experiences from the global environment as well as from Slovenia. So this is Darja. Then we are moving to Mr. George Tavoularis from Greece, expert in waste management systems and Viroplan. He has more than 20 years of professional experience in the strategic planning of solid waste management, as well as in the design of treatment facilities for municipal and hazardous waste in accordance with EU and international standards. He regularly contributes to particular topics regarding bio-waste recycling and as a waste biosolids hygienist. He is the team leader of the UNDP project development of food waste assessment for Montenegro. So very much familiar also with Montenegrin situation. Welcome, Mr. Tavoularis. And then we have Mr. Dan Mitrovic from UK, who is the CEO of Department 22. A creative entrepreneur focused on design, new technology, and food. He's the co-founder and art director of Department 22, an innovation consultancy for sustainability in the food sector. His past experience includes key design, a creative studio for educational toys and games, the design of a chair for African rural schools, visual installations for the London Olympic Park. So very exciting speakers with a variety of experiences and knowledge. So we will start with the first one with Mr. George Tavoularis. And I would like to give you the screen. And we are looking forward to hear more about that, what has been already implemented in Montenegro, as well as to get a bigger picture on food waste and the management of the food value chains. Please, Mr. Tavoularis.
Okay, thank you very much. So I hope you can hear me. I would like to thank you, Ms. Ladeja, and I would like to sincerely thank all the organizers of the Green Days. It's a very important initiative in these peculiar times. And as you also mentioned, we have recently finished this technical assistance project for food waste assessment in Montenegro. It has been kindly funded by UNDP. And for this project, we have also collaborated with Harokopio University of Greece, and they are doing an excellent pioneering work in food waste. And in this presentation, within this brief time, I will try to share our experience during the implementation of this project. And okay, coming to the introduction, okay, food waste is a complex global problem which has recently emerged in the political agenda. And also the previous speakers also mentioned that roughly 1/3 of the food produced for human consumption is lost. And this is made across the whole food supply chain, from production to distribution and to consumption. So it's an amazing quantities. And you can understand that this is unacceptable, mostly on ethical grounds, because our hundreds, thousands of our fellow citizens in Europe cannot afford a quality meal. But this is also unacceptable on economic and environmental grounds. Very, very huge quantities of CO2 emissions are caused on food losses. And for these reasons, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal has been set to halve this per capita global food waste by 2030. Coming to the next slide, okay, EU has been somehow criticized in the past for not adopting ambitious policies for food waste reduction, but we said this is somehow a new topic. Anyway, there has been very significant progress that followed after the Circular Economy Action Plan. Okay, and first things first, the definitional framework has been agreed, which is not something very straightforward as it may sound. It includes the whole food supply chain, and I have to say also that it is not only the food, but it's also the inedible parts of food, what cannot be eaten, that counts toward food waste, and all possible destinations count as food waste apart from the valorization options. So EU has recently adopted specific reduction targets which are aligned with the United Nations, and there are also provisions to elaborate waste prevention plans and take prevention measures. EU is taking continuous work and research work in the form of guidelines, communication with best practices, etc. So whoever is more interested in this topic, there is the EU platform on food losses. Newsletters are issued regularly, and anybody can join and be informed on the topic of food waste. So coming to my next presentation, as part of our technical assistance project, we have prepared guidelines for food waste measurement. Eventually, every country has to undertake an inventory of food waste. This is very important because first, there will be a baseline year set, and second, there will be sectors identified where the improvements are highlighted, where significant potential can be made to reduce food waste. So all types of methods are described in these guidelines, and especially which method is more applicable for each sector, supermarkets, hotels, restaurants, household, etc. And moving to my next topic, in Montenegro, there are, okay, this term social cuisine or social restaurants, they are being operated by the municipalities, but they are also operated by charity organizations, the Food Bank Montenegro, Caritas, and Red Cross. They are active in food donation. All these charities, they are doing a very significant job, but unfortunately, this goes somehow unnoticed to the public. The origin of the food is from private companies and citizens, but you can understand that these NGOs, they function mostly on a voluntary basis, and their knowledge regarding food safety and logistics is limited. So we have highlighted in our deliverables that technical support for them is also highly beneficial. On the other side, you know, Montenegro has a very active tourism sector, and in this regard, there is ample availability of food surplus that can be redistributed to the citizens that are in need in Montenegro. Okay, coming to the next topic, we have also identified some of the barriers that impact food waste prevention. I will stay in the first two, which are the most significant. In most cases, disposal to the waste bin is the easiest way, let's say. It's the least expensive, and the food business operators, they get away with this problem. So they simply do not want to be involved further. So for easiness reasons, they prefer to throw away in the bins. At the same time, there are some issues with the legislation on food safety, and in particular, the liability of donors. So food safety operators are held responsible for downstream actions. And this means that if something happens during food redistribution by third parties, they are held reliable. And this is an aspect that they think seriously. Okay, and the next slide, we have identified several prevention measures. Most of them are addressed to the business sector, because we have to think that food is mostly linked to the business, to circular economy, and this the business sectors is very, very heavily interested in the economy. But at the same time, most of the food waste is generated at the household level, so more than 50%. So overall, the prevention measures are targeted to both business and to the household. Probably you are aware of the waste management hierarchy. This applies also to food, so prevention and the redistribution is at the top of the hierarchy. And we must always remember that the food safety and hygiene is at the cornerstone. They must be maintained at all times. So out of the various prevention measures, I would like to highlight the certification to a HACCP standards. We have noticed that being certified to a HACCP standard, this contributes to food waste reduction among all companies, so supermarkets, restaurants, everybody can be certified to such a standard and significantly contribute to food waste reduction. On the other hand, there are informational campaigns and consumer sensitization that are very important. They have to highlight the value of food. This awareness campaign must always provide positive measures. They can provide insight to better planning in shopping, preservation of already cooked meals. So a lot can be done at the personal level. So not only the companies, but we are also responsible to reduce our food waste that we produce. Okay, and next, the prevention measures that are related to food donation. This is a very important topic. Donation entails the highest environmental benefit. It has a strong social character. The NGOs, these charity organizations, we said that they have limited knowledge, so we emphasize that technical support can be given to them. There are many best practices that through digital tools can be linked the demand and the supply. So there are companies that are willing to give food that is, let's say, close to the end of date, and this can be done with safety, but they don't know to whom they can give. This can be facilitated through digital tools or platforms. Okay, and then all these companies can affiliate with charity organizations. Okay, I hope I could give an overall presentation of the main points. I would like just to share one last photos in my last slide. I would like to emphasize that self-monitoring is very important. This is some job that has been done in a live project, and we have quantified what type of food waste is produced in the hotel sector, and what kind of percentage can be given to a social restaurant, and what can be given for other type of management, such as composting or anaerobic digestion. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tavoularis, for this introduction. Maybe one question: you mentioned that the measurements are very important. That is always good to know how we start and what is the result. So maybe if you just tell us a little bit about that, this approach in Montenegro. So when you launched the project, what was the situation and what you already see as the result of the activities that have been implemented? So how is this prevention of waste implemented in practice?
We have also undertaken this food waste estimation exercise. Of course, it was at a preliminary level. We have prepared the diaries and the questionnaires, and we have distributed it to the households. So the scope was to identify some of the habits that exist in the Montenegrin households. What type of this is drink, what type is solid waste, and what are the reasons that is thrown away. Also, we have prepared similar questionnaires for the businesses, restaurants and hotels, and this can be also looked as a checklist. So it's always very good to make a self-audit. A company should undertake a self-audit and identify where there are the points of improvement, because most of the times these are systematic. The food losses is systematic, and this can be avoided. So this is why we always recommend to make this self-monitoring, self-audit, how much of the food waste is generated.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. I guess it can be connected also with the playbook, where people can get inspired and see how to approach. But now we are moving to Ms. Daria Figel, who also is an expert with Interzero for closing the loops and for monitoring, not only monitoring where the waste goes, but also to supervise in a way to prevent this waste, or then at least to reuse it in a proper way. So please, Daria, join us.
Thank you, Ledea, for your kind introduction. It's my pleasure to be a speaker on an event like this today. We heard that recycling is actually the first step or the baseline in the circular economy. But as also George mentioned before, it's still challenged due to the fact that a lot of valuable material, which is named waste, is landfilled or used as a cheap energy. Can you go to the next slide, please? Can you see the piles of paper and cardboard? No. Does it possibly mean that there are no problems with efficient recycling of municipal paper and cardboard? No, we just don't see the problem because paper or cardboard is easier to burn or even root. Well, is it efficient? No, of course not. Each of us knows the fact that plastic decomposes for more than 100 years, and how much municipal plastic packaging is really recycled or used only for a cheap energy or even inappropriately disposed of. So if we go to the next slide, today I will show you on practical examples that municipal plastic packaging can be efficiently recycled. Who know how much money is lost per year in the EU to inefficient processing of municipal plastic waste? I know that I'm asking difficult question, and I also had to check this information. But in the world we live in, we have to ask ourselves exactly such questions, heavy. So if you go to the next slide, we can see that 8 billion euro is lost every year in the EU to the inefficient recovery of municipal plastic waste. And this is about a sixth of Slovenian GDP, as the 5 largest companies in Slovenia generate their revenues annually. Efficient recovery requires knowledge, investments in research and development, and transparent, very transparent collection. So in the next slides, I will show you 3 success stories. So 3 examples that have all brought to the companies, they have brought them live, not only a beautiful green image, but lower costs, greater market value on their brand, and interesting price of environmentally friendly product. The condition for all these cases is to know what is collected, how it is collected, how much is collected, and to whom and where it is the waste handed over. So we will start with example of Coca-Cola and Stabilo. If we go to the next slide. So this is the example of the participation of 3 companies. One takes care of their packaging, one wants to be environmentally responsible and uses recycled material, and one who can organize, implement, and measure CO2 savings. What was the case? Interseroh organized collection of Coca-Cola plastic caps, which were produced into patented granulate, and out of that granulate, Stabilo Green Boss highlighters were produced. And the result, may you know, plastic caps, but bottle caps are made out of great HDPE packaging material, which also fulfill all health and safety standards for food packaging products. And by doing that, this very nice material was not needlessly thrown away or even landfilled. And by producing Stabilo Green Boss highlighter from plastic caps, Stabilo assured 30% less CO2 emission, which was monitored with the help of Interseroh and Fraunhofer Institute, and taking into the consideration acquiring new virgin material and all the logistic costs with producing, gathering virgin material and then producing products out of them. The second example are plastic boxes called Memo boxes. The company Memo AG is the manufacturer of reusable delivery boxes in the green ordering system. Boxes are strong and resistant to temperature, drops, and hard usage. They are on circulation system and made out of municipal plastic packaging waste. Advantages of Memo box made of recycled material versus disposable paper cardboard material are that more than 20,000 tons of paper cardboard packaging is saved per year, only per 1 year. Then boxes made out of recyclable plastic can be easily washed and used again. And this is up to 5,000 times for the next 5 to 10 years, actually. Then content in the box is better protected from the moisture and damages. And finally, shipments are much easier traced. So the company using those boxes have been reduced their shipment losses for 95%. So then we go to the third example of a big retail company. You know, the retailer actually deal with a lot of packaging waste, not only the ones who are collected on the municipal, but also in their warehouses. Like, and they can really reduce a lot of costs if they organize internal processes differently. So this retail company wanted to assure optimization of their processes, internal processes in the warehouse, efficiency, how actually people are used to what type of the job they're actually doing in the warehouse, and what is also important for the higher recycling rates for the packaging that is actually occurred in their warehouse. So the retailers usually have a lot of paper cardboard and nice transparent foil. So with the decision to bail cardboard packaging and plastic packaging in every shop, they save a lot of money. So the savings come from logistics. Logistics is a really important factor in every waste handling, actually. By only baling the material, they save 70% of logistic cost. They reduced also the communal treatment cost by 30%. Their workforce was less used for segregation and preparation for the logistics in the warehouse. And the fourth is also very important. They actually saved the warehouse space and use it for primarily business instead of its own packaging collection. What I want also to add here that baled material is not perceived as waste anymore, but as a secondary raw material, and it has its market value. So to follow the timeline, which I have, if can we go to the next slide, please? I will slowly finish my presentation and tell you a few words about who we are and who is Interseroh. Ledea already mentioned we are part of Alba Group, one of the world's leading providers of recycling, environmental services, and secondary raw material supply. The figures on the chart show how much material go actually through our processes and our hands, let's put it that way. And if we go to the final slide, what Interseroh does, we are as a service company. So we have to help to organize the processes in the companies in such a way that there is as little possible waste occurred. And whatever waste is actually generated is recycled on the highest possible rate. So actually return in the reuse cycle as often as possible. We develop our own tools, programs, and transparent monitoring. Our experience comes from many EU countries. We operate schemes for more than 200 million people in Europe. We have experience in all parts of recycle. Just an example for Slovenia, we are running 4 different take-back systems and organizing packaging preparation into a new raw material for big part of EU. So we are not only specialized in packaging, this is the biggest part, but also in WEEE recycling, batteries recycling, and we also have some specialty in Slovenia, graveyard candles recycling. So this is from my side. If you have any question, I'm happy to answer and assist you.
Thank you very much, Daria. You have shown actually how green cash can be made on the market. What is great, because then people get inspired and really start thinking about how to develop this kind of models. So maybe a question for you, because you're providing also the services. So it is not only about being capable to collect waste and do something, but also to co-create solutions with partners. So back to Montenegro and what we have heard before from George already related to the food waste and to the other streams of waste. Where do you see opportunities for this kind of development of new business models where you can close the loop?
Yeah, actually, maybe I won't first just directly answer to your question, but I also have answer maybe to that question. So first, the challenge for every company, all the stakeholders, which are, let's start to cooperate in the wish to do something different, to develop a circular model, is first to see and define which kind of waste we have, which we can use somewhere else. This is the first. And then the very important part is how to connect the right network, develop the business model, and find a way to make this business model alive. So if we talk about the food waste, of course, we talk about the prevention first. Or there are different kind of solutions also starting to occur here in Slovenia and in Croatia, where, for example, some hotels are using, let's say, their own food waste as compostable material. So they produce some kind of the fertilizer and grew their own vegetables on their yards. This is maybe, let's say, a small idea, if I answer to the question.
Yeah.
So this includes maybe some technology which is available, and it's also from small scale businesses, actually, like hotels, schools, or some schools already implemented this, or some companies which produce a lot of meals.
Yeah, thank you very much, Daria. After this session, I'm sure that we will have some dots that we can connect afterwards and already start working on the ground, what is always great. Thank you for this part. Now we will move to Mr. Dejan Mitrovic, and afterwards we will wrap up with the questions and answers, hopefully. So I'm encouraging everyone who is listening to us and watching this to contribute the questions, because afterwards we will open the floor for those who are with us on the other side of the screen. Now, Dejan, please, your presentation.
Hello, thank you, Ladea. Can everyone hear me? Great. My name is Dejan Mitrovic. I'm very happy to be part of this panel today, and I'd like to share some ideas and insights about circular economy and sustainability in the food sector. So I'm calling in from London. I'm originally from Belgrade, from Serbia, but I've been living and working in London for the last 12 years, working in different areas of sustainability, started up several businesses here, and also have been teaching design and sustainability at a few universities such as Imperial College, Royal College of Art, and City University. And then 3 years ago, together with a few colleagues, I set up Department 22. Department 22, when I do this, yeah, thank you. Department 22 is an innovation agency for a better 22nd century. That's where the name comes from. We use design as a tool to create more sustainable food systems. The way we do that is we help food producers, retailers, and restaurants offer more sustainable solutions through innovation. Now, we design new products, new services, and entire new systems. And over the last few years, we've worked with everything from small two-person startups to the biggest supermarkets and producers like Sainsbury's, Marks and Spencer's, and McDonald's. So today, I would like to talk about our global food system in a very hands-on way. Unfortunately, I can't actually have a sandwich in front of me, but what I'm going to do is a virtual dissection of a sandwich, which is a very simple product, but which has an incredible complex system behind it. So let's start by looking at the packaging. This is one topic that has received a lot of attention recently, and rightly so. Plastic pollution is causing an incredibly destructive impact on our environment. I've read incredible statistics that 90% of the sea's surface contains some level of microplastics. And that is killing millions of seabirds and wildlife every year, but is also entering back into our food cycle. And it's eventually harming our health. So last year, we were approached by a high-end restaurant in London that wanted to become zero plastic, mainly doing business takeaway lunch. They're based in really central London. So they were already doing quite well by switching entirely to bioplastics, but then realized that actually that wasn't good enough, and it was just shifting the problem to another place. So what we did for them is we completely rethought their offer and designed a new service for reusable, returnable packaging that enabled their customers to really still have an amazing eating experience, but have absolutely zero packaging waste. So the first ingredient that we're going to look at is bread, which is one of the most staple foods of our diets. And bread actually tops the list of most wasted foods in the world. In the UK, up to 44% of bread is never eaten. We waste something like 24 million slices every day. It's an incredible amount of negative statistics. But what I want to focus here is specifically the sandwich industry. So if we look at, there's huge amounts of bread waste before it even reaches our homes. This is a loaf of bread, and if you click on the slides, you'll see just pointing a few more times. Thank you. These 4 slices never end up in a sandwich because they are considered waste. You can't make a sandwich out of them. So this amazing company, which started in London several years ago, called Toast, they make beer out of excess bread from the sandwich industry. So instead of using virgin barley, they use the ends of a loaf. And then they also send any spent grain to local farms for animal feed and nutrients for the soil, and they only use recycled glass in their bottles. So they're one of the best examples of a completely circular product, or as close as it could get. Next, I'd like to explore a bit about lettuce. So lettuce is a fresh produce that doesn't last very long on shelves. It's often grown in Southern Europe. I'm talking about the UK market, but probably many other markets as well. But often that system is disrupted, and we can't always get lettuce from those countries. Like last year, when we had really hot summers in Europe, UK started importing lettuce massively from the US, and they get flown in. But I couldn't find an image of the lettuce on a plane, so I photoshopped one. And the bad thing about Zoom is I always try and include a funny slide, and at least somebody laughs in the audience, but I can't really tell now if anybody's laughing. Hopefully, one of you 500 people is laughing. So we did a project, really interesting one, exploring hydroponics. Hydroponics is a way of growing plants, in this case particularly food, without any soil, only in water, which is enriched with nutrients. And actually that is much more water efficient, surprisingly, because no water evaporates from the soil and the nutrients go directly to the roots. So we've developed a compact hydroponics unit for the home, which is designed to look like a beautiful piece of furniture, but work like a tech-filled laboratory. It's full of technology that enables you to do this easily at home. Next, I'd look at chicken. So in most sandwiches, you have some sort of protein, whether it's eggs, tuna, chicken, shrimp, whatever it is. And actually here, I'm not specifically focusing on chicken per se, but more on the food that is used, the feed for the chickens. Now, most animals are fed with soy, and the problem with soy is that we don't have enough land to grow the amount of soy that is needed for our animals. And so what we do is then we cut forests and rainforests to be able to grow monoculture. This is a picture of the Amazon forest, where on 1 square meter you have 1,000 species. Now you're growing just one, and that is completely disruptive and destructive for biodiversity and soil quality. So one interesting solution that has been received attention in the last few years is trying to introduce insects as a source of protein in the Western culture. And this is a project from Sweden that explores how we can turn parts of urban cities. This is a building in Stockholm, which is proposed, still not built, where they're growing crickets as a source of protein. And they've calculated that by occupying 20 roundabouts in Stockholm, they could feed the whole city with enough protein. Next, I would like to talk about cheese, which is usually made from cow's milk. And we are completely disconnected from where our food comes from. And we wishfully imagine that these are cows on green pastures giving us the milk, but unfortunately that's really far from reality, and often these dairy farms look more like this, and like I said, completely disconnected from nature. So one interesting project that I'd like to mention is called Floating Dairy Farms. It's based in Rotterdam on the canals, and while it might not completely solve the problem, it's showing an example of a sustainable dairy farm where everything is produced hyper-locally, but it's also serving as an education piece to show urban citizens and especially school children how milk is produced and where it comes from. Next, let's switch next again. One more ingredient, tomatoes and many other vegetables. We can't grow them all year round. So what we do is we've developed this amazing technology for greenhouses, which allows us to grow plants and food all year round, anywhere in the world. It's amazing, but it's quite energy intensive, and we have to find that energy somewhere. Now, this is one of my favorite projects in the kind of circular food sector. It's not directly related to food, but it's just an ingenious solution of this company called Blockchain Domes. They realized there's a lot of excess heat produced from server farms, so for like cryptocurrency and blockchain mining. So they've created a greenhouse next to a blockchain server farm, and they're getting the heat directly from that to heat the greenhouse. And they're doing this in like the most northern parts of Canada, where it's really cold, but they can grow tomatoes all year round without any additional heat. And finally, just one more, we've covered this topic a lot with the previous speakers, and that really helps me actually is food waste. So, you'll notice that a lot of these projects actually focus on local decentralized food production, but we still have to find ways of dealing with food waste. And I just included one example here, but there are multiple others. This is a digital solution. Sorry, one more slide. This is a digital solution. It's called Olio. There are other apps called Too Good To Go, Karma, and many others, which actually use the power of the network and the internet to connect people which have excess food, either in their fridges or in their restaurant or in their after an office gathering, and share it while it's still fresh and amazing and delicious. Share it with people who want to pick it up for little or no cost. So, next slide. I picked the sandwich as an example to demonstrate this complexity of the food system and what one simple meal like this can hide, and how it does reveal many problems. But hopefully, we as Department 22, we see hope in this, and we see these problems and as opportunities for clever design, scientific, and business solutions. Thank you. And although I've covered some scary truths about the food system, I hope that I've also shown you some inspirational ideas and solutions how people are tackling these to make the world a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Diane, for this very creative and inspiring talk. To do a kind of a circle now, I would first like to ask you, Diane, because you were the last one in the chain, but nicely connected the two presentations we have heard before. And you stressed the importance of the understanding where the food comes from at the very beginning. So this is the part that relates also to the education, to informing people and so on. And you concluded with something what is again related to the consumer, to the user, the app. So what we can do at our home, how we can, as citizens, change our habits, our behavior. So maybe according to your experiences, and to what we have heard, where to start, because this is the whole system. And of course, we have to navigate around. But regarding all different stakeholders that are engaged in this systemic change, where do you see those entry points that might be also interesting now in Montenegro towards, in this whole process of circular transition?
Yeah, so I think that education plays a crucial part. And I think that over the last sort of 2 or 3 years, we've seen an increase in mass populations, especially in Europe. I don't know, beyond maybe, people are really understanding these problems and challenges. So now is the real time to offer these solutions. And the entry points, in my opinion, are always start with the users. Make any solution user focused, make it work for the user. Don't try and introduce new habits. To change people's behavior is very difficult. So try and keep as much as possible of the existing status quo, but introducing new ways of doing and dealing. If you make it easy for the people, if you make it easy for the consumers and attractive, then their actions will follow. And these apps are a perfect example of that. They're now have millions of users using it, and people are doing it both for the goodwill, but also goodwill for the environment, but also for their own personal pleasure and benefit. They're getting food at good prices, but they're also saving the environment. So that's an example where you're getting a win-win situation. And I think from Montenegro, potentially, what I could say is, because it's a small country that has quite a lot of food production inside it, there's an opportunity to test these more circular and local systems much easier than in some bigger systems that are much more reliant on imports. So I'm hopeful to see that in the near future.
Yeah, thank you, Dan, for this. Yes, this is this bottom-up approach, what we can do on the ground. But we have the privilege that Janez Potočnik is still with us. And I have noticed that there was one question addressing him directly. But it is a great opportunity now to discuss it a little bit. So what is happening on the ground? And on the other hand, what is happening top-down? So the question was related to that. You as former commissioner and now very much engaged in policy making as well. Where do you see and how do you see the situation and those opportunities to make a circular transition a reality? Janez, please.
Thank you, Ledea. The question was actually what was the biggest challenge during the times when I was commissioner to introduce the circular economy package, and it's very much connected to the reality which we are discussing today. So the real problem is that, unfortunately, environmentally related activities have been and are sometimes still very much considered as additional cost. And since I was proposing the package as Environment Commissioner, it was not the easiest to get the ownership from the rest of the Commission. I got it, but unfortunately the Commission, because it was at the end of the mandate of our Commission, the new Commission which then came into the city, the Juncker's Commission, removed that package from the agenda immediately, which was showing the exact misunderstanding of what the circular economy package is about. It is in the first place about how to change our production and consumption, and how these things could have very positive effects on how we are managing our resources, effects on our environment, and also on our health. So the whole story, it's a bit upside down than actually the people have understood it. And that's why I have underlined so much that the Green Deal, it's making this different, and it's finally showing that we should understand it in a different way. So we have heard today a lot of great, excellent examples, and I think Jiri from CITRA at the beginning very nicely said it's really not about yes and no and when. It's actually about how. And I think we have to understand that. And the story which many are addressing, including you, about the economics of that story. It's difficult to talk about the economics of the story if not all the costs are accounted. So comparing apples and pears, it's not always the best way to go. So whatever modeling we have done, which was including also the costs which are related with environment and with the health, we came to a relatively easy conclusion that this has major economic benefits. But that doesn't mean that some will not have the problem in the transition, and that we should not deploy all the resources which we have to help them, because a lot of investments in the past were made with good intentions, and we simply have to help the people that they do understand, because at the end everything comes to one sentence. According to what we see, and all of the panelists have very nicely described, including you, there is no serious alternative. So it's unavoidable. So the real question which we have to discuss is how we do it, and how we basically really all together from the bottom up and top down actually join the forces, because that's the real essence of the question, how we do understand. That's why you will remember that I have many times said on the conferences, please don't wait for the leadership. Leadership is in your hands. You should really be active, because nobody will provide answers, all the answers to you. Think, don't just follow, and don't use your energy trying to find excuses why not. Rather, use your energy for finding how and what. And I think in this understanding, the things are then much easier. And if you go with that way, then it's also easier to get political support. And I think that in these years, since I left the Commission, there was a lot of debate about the importance of the circular economy, and about the role and the logic which is playing, which was very much starting to be based on the logic which I have explained in my introduction. And this is giving us a lot of more possibility that we basically do push and activate all those actions which before were more Sisyphean work than are today. I'm not saying that it's an easy job, but the awareness of the importance and the fact that we cannot avoid not changing the way we produce and consume, it's present. And I firmly believe that with the money which we currently have on the table, we have delivered also the urgency, if only that will be really used for double purposes, not only for recovery, but also for the greening of our economies.
Thank you, Yanis, for this great wrap up and your message. Yes, and while we've got the workshop that was already mentioned today on circular economy road mapping process in Montenegro, it was very encouraging, the result of that, because different stakeholders are really willing to contribute, to participate. They're looking for opportunities and creating them, not waiting for someone to come and say, do this or do that. So I believe that sharing experiences like we are doing today will bring even more ideas and concrete actions on the ground. And there was one question for this summer for Jiri. If I read it correctly, it was about how to use the summer when the tourist season is here. Let's see what kind of tourist season it is going to be in Montenegro as well. But for sure, local people will be there. So the question relates to that. How can we use summer to introduce some circular concepts. What can you suggest us, Yuri?
I think what can you do somewhat to demonstrate the circular economy benefits?
Yes.
There are, look on our site. There are many of. Start. What is there? In the sea, do you have any residuals or waste on the sea? So I think that's very good. Everybody pick something with them while they go on the beach, for example, something that really turns talks into the action very quickly. And what I've seen actually a very huge space in the change of the mindset of the consumers here in Finland, and even on the ads they always say something about the CO2 or circulation or something, which didn't happen 3 years ago, but it's now there with everyone. But yeah, I think that you have a lot of different possibilities for you sharing bicycles, and instead of buying, leave your car somewhere else and use public transportation, and some sort of competition. Somebody asked me how could we actually, from your side, there was a question for me also about these summer jobs, because we have this initiative to provide circular summer jobs for the communities and public sector as well. And of course you need some money, and then you need somebody to organize that. So those are two things usually. But I think that you have a fantastic position to come up with all kind of solutions. What do you usually attract people, but put more smartness and wisdom and sustainability into that, and stop with the, like I say, stop with the stupidities. If you have sometimes when you go to the seminar like organic food or no food waste, then you eat something very artificial, or packaging is horrible, or fish is coming from somewhere, and that sort of stupidity. When you, how about this? And even these pens should not be there should be something else, and dematerialize the whole thing, whatever you do.
Okay.
I think we kind of, with the mass production and mass consuming, we forgot what are the good things, and I think that people are looking more for real good things, what have a really meaning in their lives and have a purpose, instead of artificial garbage.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, and I believe that now during this COVID situation, we came somehow back to roots, because we realized what we really value, what is meaningful, what we don't want to lose, what we want to protect. So all this is now rolling in our heads and our hearts as well. So the situation is on one side very challenging, but on the other offering a lot of opportunities to come back to basics, and that you said to use common sense and not do stupidities. So I will ask Sanja now whether we have any questions from the audience that we should answer. Otherwise, yeah, please. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, chat box.
Yes, we do. Do you want me to read them out, or?
Yeah, you can. Yes, for a change. Let's have your voice.
So we have one question for Dan Mitrovic. We are witnessing these days lots of innovation in food production area. Do you believe that it is possible to sell the lab-grown beef to consumers?
I am actually personally very excited by that innovation, and we're seeing lots of companies really making progress on that. The first lab-grown burger was made some 6 years ago, and it cost $200,000 to be produced. And now they're producing them for $10. They're not commercially available yet, but I think that innovation, it sounds very science fiction to us, and people it will be difficult to convince people. But at the other hand, I think it can be much more sustainable. It can even be healthier, because they can pick what parts of the meat, what cells to include and what not. And if we do it in a proper way, I think it will become mainstream very, very quickly as soon as it hits the market.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, thank you. Then Tanya, another one, I guess, is popping up.
Yes, so we have one previous question for all the panelists, whoever wants to reply. What would you say are the quick wins for introducing the circular economy concept and into policy framework?
So who is brave enough to start?
Yeah,
I can start. Sorry, just
Yes.
please.
Please. Who wants to start?
You can start.
Okay. It depends who is asking. On company side, like I told you, risk management is much better. You more efficient you are, the better is your also the earnings inside the company and so on and so these are the first, and of course it has different dimensions. Is it to you? Is it for the environment? Your quality of life? It depends. They all win actually, and rather quickly. We saw when we had this lockdown, and it's still there, what were the consequences, positive consequences. So it was kind of very quickly. And with the circularity, if I throw this to the nature like that, so it stays there. If I don't, it's much better for all of us. Instead, I bring it to the secondary use, or even upscaling that to the like interior designing surfaces or something like that. So I think that those are very fast ones, and yeah, you become slowly be as sufficient as a people and as a company and so on. So there are many, and also investors don't seek anymore any other choices than sustainable one, and circular economy is the model which functions in that way. If you're seeking for other business model, it doesn't have the same quality. And I'm always saying that nobody wants to invest in the company with the poison company Ltd with the child labor. So that's not anymore comes to the question. So yes, start with the small things which you know that are problematic and go further and have a own vision what you want to be in the future.
Yeah, thank you, Iri. And now we will move to Daria. Yes, so you've got an idea as well?
Yeah, maybe just because I'm on that baseline, first is whether you are a producer of products and you use the packaging, think about what kind of packaging you will use. We saw, for example, a sandwich, which looks like a transparent plastic. It could be nice for recycling, but in fact, it's not, because it's a polypropylene and then is a thin layer of polystyrene, so it cannot be mechanically recycled, only chemical recycled. But chemical recycling is not, let's say, available, but it's very expensive and it's not available now. So think about what kind of packaging you will use. And second, when you use the packaging first, you really think where this packaging will go and what will happen with your packaging. So be brave and allow yourself, organize some kind of closed loops and use your own packaging as a granulate and new secondary material for own products.
Okay, thank you, Daria. Yannis has an idea.
Yeah, just one quick thing. Many of the solutions which were today already mentioned are actually very much connected with the very quick development of digitalization. And I think deploying digitalization with, on one hand, with empowering consumers with transparency, traceability, but on the other hand, also empowering producers to deploy some of the new business models, it's a major opportunity. And that was not existing before. We knew the things linked to the circular economy for quite some time, but with the emergence of digitalization, a lot of those things can happen relatively quickly today. And I think it's one of the major opportunities also, which would put European development of ICT back on the table in the implementation of the circular perspectives, which we are now very much pushing through our policy making. And just one last sentence actually crossed my mind when Dan was talking about the non-meat meat, the famous quote from George Bernard Shaw, "Animals are my friends, and I don't need my friends."
Thank you, Janis. Sense for humor is always welcome as well. Yeah, so let's move on. Sanya, another question?
Yes, we have another open question regarding, do we know any successful or ideas for introducing the concept of thinking circular to the teenagers, considering that by 2030 they will be the main buyers and consumers?
Okay, so please, maybe Yuri, because Citra is very much engaging youngsters as well, and maybe to mention your calculator, where every citizen in Finland can actually find out how circular and sustainable he or she is. And I know that you're developing a lot of educational programs as well.
Yeah, I think the teenagers are the drivers, and you know, they really want to make a change, and of course we had a huge like 70,000 participants. I think 70,000 was in different level of education with the circularity. But the question is how to align the young people. But I think that, you know, they are aligning us more and more and more, asking hard questions and putting us against the wall, which is very good, because I think the awareness is there and understand, and it doesn't have to be always that, you know, many companies and many people don't understand actually that you are doing rather well there, and it's actually following the model of the circular economy, which you don't actually realize. So it doesn't really matter if you are doing good things, you do those, and of course you can go beyond that by explaining that how can you do better. But there is a lot of education is always good, and what are the values, and that's a starting point. But I think that all our young people in the world are aware of the situation of the political and environmental mess that we have right now, and wants to have better, and we have a good model for making the change. And like I said, it has been there. You know, grandmothers always said that poor people cannot afford to buy cheap things, because usually if you have a Gucci bag from the 1919 or even young or even 1,000-year-old luggage, it's very valuable, so it retains value. And I think that this is coming back. We want quality and good stuff instead of, you know, this sort of fast
fashion and everything.
Yeah, fast fashion.
Yeah. Janis would like to add something, and then I would like to go to Dejan as well, because he was engaged in several projects as well. Janis, please.
Yeah, no, I would just like to continue that, which I have briefly already mentioned in my opening. I think that young generation, it's simply less ownership biased than our generation. So we were born after the Second World War. After our parents were living in shortage, and for us, the success of life was many times having a good car parked in front of our house, so that the neighbors have seen how successful we are, building our own house, much bigger than we actually need it and use it. And this is not so much present anymore in the young generation. So they are more into that mobility housing concept than we were. And I think that's a major opportunity. And that's why I also firmly believe that the young generation will be the driver of the change. If we will not be too much, and that's why I always calling that it's necessary for policy leaders of today to sign a kind of intergenerational agreement, an agreement which we would show that we do think also about the future, that we incorporate them also, their thinking, their logic, and they are much more educated on many of the things because they have access to many information which we have never had. And I think it's an important part, but essential it is that we are able to deliver to the consumer, including to the youngsters, alternatives. Because if we don't deliver alternatives, we will have the problem. For example, you remember from Slovenia, and even now we are discussing about that, around the big cities that we would introduce additional lane for the cars because we see the congestion. This is so short-mind thinking. Instead of that, there should be a simple policy direction and decision today. In 15 years, in a bigger city, there will be not allowed to have privately owned car. And you will see mushrooming of alternative solutions from the very first moment. And that's exactly what is needed. And that is bringing new solutions, new alternatives, new way of thinking. Instead of sitting 1 hour in congestion and looking if the car in front of you will move. So that's not exactly the way to go.
Thank you, Yanis. And this is very important. And here I would like to go to them, because what you said right now is that we need new solutions, and young people are very creative and educated and informed. So then, according to your experiences, because you worked with youngsters as well, and you are uncreative, so how to keep this creativity and to really use it in a positive way, because it is there.
Well, I think there are two things to be said here. One is that in times of disruption and in crisis, we tend to become more creative as we have to come up with new solutions. So this is a good moment as any to start thinking about this. And I think, as Yanis was saying, you know, this is really important, that sometimes you have to be really disruptive in order to come up with those real innovations rather than incremental change. And I completely agree with that. And in terms of the young generation, I honestly, I'm very optimistic about it, and seeing the effect of the Greta movement and how young people are starting to have a voice about this, you know, and I think this is really important. And they inherently, they think in a different way, you know, they're part of this digitalization movement. So their solutions will be much more creative, much more network-based, much less ownership focused. So I think the creativity, if we inspire children and educate children to be creative and be resilient, those two skills will lead to a better future, I'm sure.
Thank you, Dan. I guess that now we have to slowly conclude. Is it right, Sanya?
Yes, or do we have we have 5 more minutes, so maybe one more question?
Okay, one more, but let's have in mind that we are moving towards the wrap-up, okay?
Yes. So one question, the final one for George and Dan. Food waste and food surplus is very sensitive and complex issue, but on the other hand, have a huge potential. Do you have any information if exchange of food surplus can have significant contribution to the GHG reduction? Any good experiences?
So to George first.
Yes.
Okay, the food donation is one of the practices that can have the most significant impact in food waste reduction. So it has been highlighted, and now the European Union has also issued some guidelines on how to promote this. It can have indeed a very significant contribution to CO2 emissions reductions, and there are many very good examples on how to do this. So I can mention maybe one. Tesco supermarket in the UK, they are affiliating with charities. They have made a statement that they are trying to reduce the food waste that is produced by both their supermarket chains as well as their producers. And in this way, they have identified what are the options where surplus food can be given. Overall, I can say that there are many creative ideas. Small steps can be made gradually. So the EU has a specific, a dedicated web page, the EU platform, and all of us can be informed on this, but especially the business sector. So small creative ideas for each food operator can be undertaken, and in this way, food waste can be avoided. Yes, thanks.
Okay, thank you, George. So I would suggest that we close the circle now because we have to respect the time. And we opened it with a very nice title about sustainable society, what Janez introduced in his opening speech. And to wrap it up, I would kindly ask each of you, because Montenegro is now entering the circular economy road mapping process, what would be your recommendation or your, I wouldn't say advice, because it's not about advice, but according to your experiences, and what would you put into this, let's say, ecosystem that is now emerging as something valuable for this process? So what should be in the essence of road mapping process of Montenegro? And let's start with you, George, and then we go to Daria, Dejan, Yuri, and of course we will conclude with Janez. Thank you.
Okay, during the preparation of the project, we have seen that Montenegro has a very strong agricultural sector. The rural economy is based on food, so all these sectors must be strengthened. And especially regarding food, as I said, there are small steps that can be made, creative ideas, avoid overconsumption. We must rethink about our eating habits, so very much can be made on a personal level. Thanks.
Thank you. Daria, your ingredient for the journey?
Okay, so if there is already a waste, think about it very carefully and how you would like to organize the recycling of that waste. So it has to be considered carefully what is collected, how is collected, and to whom the waste will be handed over to be transparently then recycled into a new secondary material.
Okay, so from waste to the resources, and now
yes. I think, as I mentioned before, I would advise to focus on more radical solutions. Especially, this is a great moment to start thinking not incremental change, but radical disruptive change. And then two other tips, which I really find, you know, as Department 22, we try to promote these two. One is, it's incredible to think that one of the biggest sources of food waste, now bear with me, this is really hard initially to understand, one of the biggest sources of food waste is obesity and overweight. What that means is that by over-consuming food, I'm just following up on what George said, by over-consuming food, we're growing more food than we need to. So that is, more food is, the calories that come into us are wasted because, and it's creating a bad health. So focusing on health and healthy diets is crucial. And then the second tip that I would say is eat more plants and less meat.
Thank you. So it is very nice where we have opportunities to start with ourselves and with our own diet, not to get too much weight on. Yes, yes. Yuri, your hits and we have lost Yuri. Oh. Let's see if he's coming back. If not, Janez.
I'm here. I'm here.
We cannot.
Yeah. It's we have lightning and thunder here, so maybe that's why it started the real summer weather for me when I'm starting my vacation tomorrow. So it's good that it starts to rain.
So how to manage risk is the question for you now.
Yeah. So of course you have to have all the players and be rather clear about the what are you and set clear objectives and indicators and of course there is these things to foster the digitalization and technologies, also the research, development, innovation, new business models, all this has to be there. So and also what is important to also steer these public procurements, and that's a huge instrument to have an effect, immediate effect to the new solutions to be spread and have a scale. And of course, waste regulation and market position is needed for these recycled materials. Give a value to plastic, then it comes back. And also permitting processes, very, very important. They are easier, so that new solution must be easier than the old one to go through with the officials. Then you need suitable financial instruments, and of course you need foster experiments and pilots. But that's not enough. You have to have a capable with these public procurements to also create positive cash flow to these companies. That's a challenge how you do that. But that would be, so there are rather many. And of course, at the end, what about taxation from material to material consumption? So that would be one also. So there are many, but alignment, widely alignment with all players, and talk their language. Don't do the same when we 1995 when we entered the European Union. Everybody was talking that language, nobody understood. So let's not talk only a circular economy language. Let's talk the language that companies, people understand, and that way you can get them on board as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Yuri, for that. We are talking a lot about this new narrative that is important, and storytelling and everything. So Janez, you know about that because we implemented that also in our circular triangle while we were working on Slovenian national circular economy roadmap. Yes.
And one more thing, companies have other, very challenges, not only adapting circular economy, they have the regular, or our employment situation, or our workers here, and what about the next week, and taxation is there, and there are a lot of different things they are already have. And now you say that change your business, you are like, oh my God, really? I'm not. Yeah.
Exactly. Now when we have this COVID situation and this recovery and everything, and that is what Janez pointed out nicely, that these are two parts of the same coin.
Yes.
So perfect wrap up now by you.
Yeah, thank you. So I will not repeat that, but I will rather finish with answering to the question which Anna asked about what does Green Deal mean for Western Balkans and for the accession countries. And will that have an influence on the negotiations? I think that it will have directly and indirectly. I'm pretty sure that the Commission will think how the funding support would be more conditioned and how those things would be actually more related to the European Green Deal approach and philosophy. And even if that would not be the case, I would advise the country to simply force itself to go in that direction, because paradoxically, the opportunity for change, it's actually, according to the experiences which all our countries which were acceding to the European Union learned, is that this incentive and opportunity for change is actually bigger in the accession process than when you are the member. First, you have more energy and more willingness to change, because if I use it in that way, it's not the right expression, but when you become the member, you somehow become more lazy. You accommodate to the situation when you are equal and you don't really have to do some things. So use that moment in which you are, use it to use all those help which is coming to your countries, to use it in the right direction, and somehow combine that moment of the necessary help which needs to be provided today to the companies, to the people, because of the economic COVID-related consequences, that all that is combined with thinking ahead.
Thank you, Janez. I guess that we came now to the very beginning when Mr. Simovic pointed out that there is a passion needed for a change and that this passion is present in Montenegro. So let's build upon this passion and knowledge, enthusiasm and wisdom as well to continue this journey. So I would like to thank everyone for your very valuable contribution. I know that it is summertime and some of you invested your vacation time into this panel. So thanks a lot. And Sanja, I believe that there is a lot of food for thought and we will stay aligned further on and work on the implementation seriously and joyfully as well. So thank you.
A big thank you to you, the moderator, and all the panelists for sharing your experiences, insights, and ideas. And of course, thanks to all of you who participated in the discussion to help us make it dynamic and engaging. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to take a 15-minute break, during which we will see the most interesting moments from today's first panel discussion. I will see you all in 15 minutes for the second panel of the day, Future-Driven Innovation. Thank you all. Just a quick note, the highlights will be available on the live stream. We will use this 15 minutes in the call to prepare our next panel. So please, for a short while, ignore the sounds and voices you hear from your Zoom call, but don't disconnect. And we will welcome you back after 15 minutes. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you very much.
Bye.
to leapfrogging to green jobs, investments in renewable energy, smart housing, green public procurement, all guided by the principles and standards of sustainable production and consumption. So what are the choices ahead of Montenegro? First, ensuring a gradual transition towards the permanent decoupling of economic growth from the use of resources and environmental impacts. In other words, keeping the promise to be an ecological state. Second, boost digital transformation fast and at a large scale, while ensuring that it works for all parts of society. And third, economic recovery should be smart and innovative. The smart specialization strategy of Montenegro offers a new approach and can be used as a lighthouse in order to recalibrate other national policies and important government documents.
Mi moramo redefinisati naš razvoj. Prošle godine smo diskutovali o podatku Ujedinjenih nacija da se ukupni gubici u globalnoj ekonomiji i troškovi očuvanja životne sredine povezani sa viškovima hrane procjenjuju na čak 1,7 triliona dolara. Da li danas, kada stižu upozorenja Svjetskog programa za hranu Ujedinjenih nacija, da kao posljedica pandemije novog koronavirusa dodatnih 130 miliona ljudi se može suočiti sa nedostatkom hrane i biti gladno? Mi imamo luksus da ne djelujemo, već samo konstatujemo ogromne troškove povezane sa viškovima hrane. Ne, moramo djelovati, biti efikasni i biti konkretniji, odgovorniji prema resursima i ubrzati razvoj od kojeg će koristi imati svi, kroz pravedniju i učinkovitiju raspodjelu dobara uz posticanje inovacija i kreativnosti.
Vlada Crne Gore, UNDP i Privredna komora su u proteklih par mjeseci realizovali niz aktivnosti, zahvaljujući kojima su postavljeni temelji za izradu mape puta Crne Gore ka cirkularnoj ekonomiji. Razgovori na ovu temu su veoma aktuelni i moraju u osnovi imati efikasno upravljanje resursima i procese koji ne štete životnoj sredini. To od nas zahtijeva da unaprijedimo vezu između naučne i poslovne zajednice i da inovativnost stavimo u funkciju ekonomskog napretka i održivog rasta i razvoja. Riječ je o temama koje prevazilaze nacionalne okvire i aktuelne su na najvažnijim evropskim i svjetskim adresama. Vjerujem da će poruke koje se budu čule na našoj konferenciji.
We must capture the moment to leapfrogging to green jobs, investments in renewable energy, smart housing, green public procurement, all guided by the principles and standards of sustainable production and consumption. So what are the choices ahead of Montenegro? First, ensuring a gradual transition towards the permanent decoupling of economic growth from the use of resources and environmental impacts. In other words, keeping the promise to be an ecological state. Second, boost digital transformation fast and at a large scale, while ensuring that it works for all parts of society. And third, economic recovery should be smart and innovative. The smart specialization strategy of Montenegro offers a new approach and can be used as a lighthouse in order to recalibrate other national policies and important government documents.
Mi moramo redefinisati naš razvoj. Prošle godine smo diskutovali o podatku Ujedinjenih nacija da se ukupni gubici u globalnoj ekonomiji i troškovi očuvanja životne sredine povezani sa viškovima hrane procjenjuju na čak 1,7 triliona dolara. Da li danas, kada stižu upozorenja Svjetskog programa za hranu Ujedinjenih nacija, da kao posljedica pandemije novog koronavirusa dodatnih 130 miliona ljudi se može suočiti sa nedostatkom hrane i biti gladno? Mi imamo luksus da ne djelujemo, već samo konstatujemo ogromne troškove povezane sa viškovima hrane. Ne. Moramo djelovati, biti efikasni i biti konkretniji, odgovorniji prema resursima i ubrzati razvoj od kojeg će koristi imati svi, kroz pravedniju i učinkovitiju raspodjelu dobara uz posticanje inovacija i kreativnosti.
Vlada Crne Gore, UNDP i Privredna komora su u proteklih par mjeseci realizovali niz aktivnosti, zahvaljujući kojima su postavljeni temelji za izradu mape puta Crne Gore ka cirkularnoj ekonomiji. Razgovori na ovu temu su veoma aktuelni i moraju u osnovi imati efikasno upravljanje resursima i procese koji ne štete životnoj sredini. To od nas zahtijeva da unaprijedimo vezu između naučne i poslovne zajednice i da inovativnost stavimo u funkciju ekonomskog napretka i održivog rasta i razvoja. Riječ je o temama koje prevazilaze nacionalne okvire i aktuelne su na najvažnijim evropskim i svjetskim adresama. Vjerujem da će poruke koje se budu čule na našoj konferenciji, teme i panelisti biti inspiracija da i ova važna dokumenta za naredni razvoj Crne Gore budu rađena u potpunosti na fonu cirkularne ekonomije, što će značiti obnovu ekosistema, dominantan utjecaj nauke i inovacija na svim poljima privrede.
Circular, what is the most important is that you do understand that activities which you do in that basically very much fit within your efforts for accessing the European Union. I'm quoting the Circular Economy Action Plan. The transition to circular economy will be systematic, deep, and transformative in EU and beyond. Commission invites EU institutions and bodies to endorse this action plan and actively contributes to its implementation and encourages member states to adopt or update their national circular economy strategies. EU will reinforce the monitoring of national plans and measure to accelerate the transition to a circular economy as part of refocusing the European semester. So it goes deep in economic governance of Europe. And if you do that, you basically follow the steps which all the countries today are doing. So going in the direction of circular economy roadmap, it's actually creating conditions for understanding and embracing the circular economy concept and providing the government's leadership and building the stakeholders' ownership. While the next step should be then developing an action plan, so from setting the direction to actually implementing it, identifying the necessary measures, and getting the commitments of ministers, and of course agreeing on the timeline of the implementation. The pathways towards a resilient and sustainable tourism ecosystem, an important role to play in the circular economy transition, deeply interlinking with and dependent on multiple key resource flows, asset and commodity value chain and society, agriculture, food, built environment, and transport industries, to name a few, and identifying key tourism industry sectors, accommodation, transport activity, food, beverages, event organizers, distribution. So actually making a key distinction between asset-heavy and asset-light industry actors. But for more, of course, you will have to look to the report.
Mi moramo redefinisati naš razvoj. Prošle godine smo diskutovali o podatku Ujedinjenih nacija da se ukupni gubici u globalnoj ekonomiji i troškovi očuvanja životne sredine povezani sa viškovima hrane procjenjuju na čak 1,7 trilijona dolara. Da li danas, kada stižu upozorenja Svjetskog programa za hranu Ujedinjenih nacija da kao posljedica pandemije novog koronavirusa dodatnih 130 miliona ljudi se može suočiti sa nedostatkom hrane i biti gladno? Mi imamo luksus da ne djelujemo, već samo konstatujemo ogromne troškove povezane sa viškovima hrane. Ne. Moramo djelovati, biti efikasni i biti konkretniji, odgovorniji prema resursima i ubrzati razvoj od kojeg će koristi imati svi kroz pravedniju i učinkovitiju raspodjelu dobara uz posticanje inovacija i kreativnosti. Definisati naš razvoj. Prošle godine smo diskutovali o podatku Ujedinjenih nacija da se ukupni gubici u globalnoj ekonomiji i troškovi očuvanja životne sredine povezani sa viškovima hrane procjenjuju na čak 1,7 triliona dolara. Da li danas, kada stižu upozorenja Svjetskog programa za hranu Ujedinjenih nacija, da kao posljedica pandemije novog koronavirusa dodatnih 130 miliona ljudi se može suočiti sa nedostatkom hrane i biti gladni? Mi imamo luksus da ne djelujemo, već samo konstatujemo ogromne troškove povezane sa viškovima hrane. Ne. Moramo djelovati, biti efikasni i biti konkretniji, odgovorniji prema resursima i ubrzati razvoj od kojeg će koristi imati svi kroz pravedniju i učinkovitiju raspodjelu dobara uz posticanje inovacija i kreativnosti. Uvijek insistiram na ambicioznom, proaktivnom i maksimalističkom pristupu u postavljanju ciljeva. Ova zdravstvena i ekonomska kriza stavlja nas pred izazov očuvanja postojećih radnih mjesta, ekonomske supstance i socijalne stabilnosti. Međutim, iznalaženje rješenja samo do tog nivoa ne smije da nam bude krajnji cilj. Ova kriza mora da bude odlučujući okidač za puno veće domete. Domete koji će ne samo očuvati postojeća radna mjesta, već i ubrzano otvarati nova. U agendi 2030 se ističe da mi možemo biti prva generacija koja će iskorijeniti siromaštvo. I to je postavljeno kao prvi cilj. Ne odričemo se tog i svih ostalih ciljeva postavljenih u agendi pod izgovorom posljedica pandemije.
Leapfrogging to green jobs, investments in renewable energy, smart housing, green public procurement, all guided by the principles and standards of sustainable production and consumption. So what are the choices ahead of Montenegro? First, ensuring a gradual transition towards the permanent decoupling of economic growth from the use of resources and environmental impacts. In other words, keeping the promise to be an ecological state. Second, boost digital transformation fast and at a large scale, while ensuring that it works for all parts of society. And third, economic recovery should be smart and innovative. The smart specialization strategy of Montenegro offers a new approach and can be used as a lighthouse in order to recalibrate other national policies and important government documents.
Mi moramo redefinisati naš razvoj. Prošle godine smo diskutovali o podatku Ujedinjenih nacija da se ukupni gubici u globalnoj ekonomiji i troškovi očuvanja životne sredine povezani sa viškovima hrane procjenjuju na čak 1,7 triliona dolara. Da li danas, kada stižu upozorenja Svjetskog programa za hranu Ujedinjenih nacija, da kao posljedica pandemije novog koronavirusa dodatnih 130 miliona ljudi se može suočiti sa nedostatkom hrane?
Welcome back for the second panel discussion of the Green Days 2020 International Conference, Rethinking Development. We encourage all attendees to take part in the discussion by typing your questions into the chat box so panelists can answer them during the Q&A sessions. Forward-looking countries are prioritizing innovation. We depend on human creativity to dream up creative ideas and empathy to identify the problems worth solving. The final factor in innovation is always the people. Our next panel is future-driven innovation. So let's hear how innovations are transforming economies, societies, and our lives. Panel moderator, Mr. Dobrivoje Lale-Erić, who leads international cooperation at Serbia's Center for the Promotion of Science, is joining us from Zlatibor. Mr. Erić, good afternoon and welcome to the Green Days 2020.
Good afternoon, Radica, and thanks for the invitation. I just have to slightly correct you. I'm still not on Zlatibor because actually 2020, it appeared as a year that all our plans just vanished and we have to face new challenges. Thank you so much for again being truly privileged to join Green Days. It's a lovely and wonderful initiative in this region, and I hope we can even extend it further outside our region to showcase our activities and our points here. Last year, when we gathered in Podgorica, more or less in the same time in early June, we have really some brilliant plans and showcase some policies and announced new frameworks and try to address emerging European plans and policies and structures. And of course, the focus was completely different. At the global level, actually, we were thinking really big about maybe invading space again and building new spacecrafts and trying to reach all those distant worlds and galaxies. However, after entering 2020, and its pure number 2020 sounds really so great. Like after 2000, after 2K, after that famous millennium year, I think the expectations was highest for this one. And actually just at the very beginning, we got to receive some information from all over the world, at the beginning from Far East. And then it started to grow around. And actually because of one of the tiniest living creatures in the world, we are now constrained and we are now forced to communicate in this way and to share our new plans and new ideas which are adjusted to this new reality. And somehow we need to address this reality. So our future-driven innovation panel is, of course, now in big shadow of that, but hopefully in a couple of months or in a year or maybe two, we'll be able to create an adequate response, to create a necessary vaccine to address that, because we really have to tackle all other issues. They didn't gone, they didn't vanish, they're just still here, maybe not in the major focus, but with the beginning of this summer in Belgrade, it's really, again, quite hot across the Balkans and Southeast Europe as well. So it reminds us of really some triggering issues that will face us very soon. So I'm really now I have this privilege to discuss this novel innovation mindset with some relevant speakers which are coming from more or less different, diverse backgrounds, but actually sharing same visions, sharing many same practices. And when I try to reanalyze and prepare myself for this session, I found out actually that already they had some collaborations. So I would like now just to briefly introduce all of them, to announce the structure of our session, and also just to keep our time up. That's why, because I'm sitting just in front of my clock here behind to remind us that we have to structure and keep ourselves in this timeline. So first of all, the very Minister of Science of Montenegro, Madam Sanja Damjanovic, Dr. Sanja Damjanovic is joining us from Geneva, from Switzerland, from CERN facilities where she spent, I think, the most of her research career. Sanja, welcome, if I may say so, for the event organized by the Ministry of Science.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's really a joy to participate in this session.
Yeah, thank you. On the other side, actually, now long-time UK representative, Her Excellence Alison Kemp is joining us from Podgorica. She's ambassador of British Crown and Queen representative since 2017, if I'm correct. Welcome, Alison, as well.
Thank you very much, Lali. It's great to be here. I really enjoyed Green Days last year, and it's wonderful we've been able to reproduce this online.
Okay, thank you, Alison. From Croatia, from the town of Sisak, if I'm correct, Mr. Viktor Simončić is here. He's an independent environmentalist with decades in this area, and he will also share with us his precious achievements and findings so far. Welcome, Viktor, as well.
I'm honored to be again in this conference, and I hope that I will contribute as you have expected.
Thank you for that. And finally, not that far, for me, not that far as I expected, here in Belgrade, also Professor Dr. Ana Trbović. She is a member of the governing body of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, but also a professor at the Zengezurem University and a teacher of entrepreneurship and economy. Truly a mixture of knowledge and practices which I believe we need in this time in order to properly address all those novel issues, but also those old ones as well. Anna, welcome to you.
Thank you.
Anna is inviting as a member of an innovation institute which is really getting prominence, and which work we may identify even in this part of Europe. Now when Horizon 2020 is coming to its close shortly, and its first announcement of following Horizon Europe program, actually the focus will be put, the biggest emphasis is going directly into how to transfer research, science, and knowledge in general into innovation. And together with the recently piloting, but soon to become an institution, European Innovation Council, actually those two institutions will be leading our continent's responses in many ways. So Anna, can you please introduce us to all this new story? And
yes, I would be happy to do that. So I'm an entrepreneur in Berlin now. I have a team of 20 people from 16 countries. and we're almost at parity of men and women. So a very diverse and highly talented team in cutting edge innovation. And I come to Belgrade to teach a class on entrepreneurship at FEFA, so I keep my link with Serbia, as well as with some leading NGOs like Intersection that promote research and innovation. I also had the pleasure to meet Minister Damjanovic, and I feel that Montenegro is lucky to have an expert at the helm, especially in this situation. So I have been asked to share a presentation, so I'd like your team to now share the screen. And the main topic, the future-driven innovation is really, my role here is to approach what EIT does. EIT is the European Institute for Technology and Innovation. It is really the backbone of innovation in Europe. And EIT is established on a firm basis of a knowledge triangle, which is research plus education plus business, absolutely, with also a policy role there as well. And we have created a significant ecosystem across Europe. I had first wanted to talk to you about the Green Deal, but I am very fortunate to follow a fantastic presentation by Janez Potočnik. So I can go straight into, if we can move on, please, to the next slide and the one after. Yes, so I can go straight into presenting. I hope everyone can see the entire screen of the EIT. These are just some of the figures. But what is really striking about EIT is the number of partnerships, really the leading companies in Europe partnering with the leading research institutions and universities to create niche programs, education programs, and to accelerate innovations both for startups and for scale-ups. In this specific situation of COVID-19, what the EIT did was to accelerate the granting of funds that it has for innovative companies. And just for you to understand the magnitude of support, we give about between 400 and 500 million euros each year to support different innovation activities, be it through education or direct acceleration, business creation in Europe. So we have accelerated that disbursement of funds this year, and we also had a special call and have just given out 60 million euros to companies focusing in part on solutions to treat COVID, but in a much greater part just on innovative solutions that we knew would otherwise be suffering because of the current economic situation and because Europe really has put innovation first. And the Green Deal and the post-COVID recovery, as emphasized by people who spoke in the morning of this conference, has really shaped the future of support given out through different EU institutions to be one of green recovery and green growth and green innovation. So that is certainly an emphasis in the future EU programming across the board, more than it has ever been before. So that certainly has been reinforced with the current pandemic. And on the next slide, I just gave a few examples of different innovation communities that we have at EIT. So EIT is structured based on societal challenges. And then in those areas, we have different consortia of businesses and research institutions, educational institutions who work together to stimulate innovative activity. So a focus, we definitely have a focus on clean energy, on circular economy, sustainable e-mobility and food systems that are sustainable. And the societal challenges that are defined are very much also linked to the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. So there is a firm mission there towards green sustainability. And as I know that there are students that are attending this conference, and I always have a particular weakness for students, the next slide is showcasing some of the programs that we have that could interest them. So, for example, there is the Journey, which is a very large summer school that looks at climate change and solutions to face that challenge and grapple with it with different business ideas. And then there is a raw materials school, because another area that EIT has looked at is exactly how to add that piece of the puzzle of the circular economy, where we actually didn't have as much innovation in Europe recently. And then, of course, we have a focus on energy and food and making climate entrepreneurs. And all of those programs are accessible to everybody from the region of Western Balkans. And they can apply for these programs. They just have to follow the calls of different EIT consortia, be it EIT Climate or EIT Energy or others. And as this conference also has a focus on future technologies, I would like to emphasize that EIT is technology agnostic, but there are certainly a sufficient number of courses that tackle with new technologies like artificial intelligence, like blockchain, like 3D printing, or whatever it is that could help respond to these societal challenges with business innovation. But the focus is certainly on business creation. EIT is not an organization that supports an NGO activity per se or a movement. It's an institution that supports business creation that responds to the societal challenges, and I'd like to emphasize that. And on the next slide, we have some of the competitions that are launched to identify solutions that are interesting, created by startups, created by other companies. And we have had that competition organized for this region as well. For example, the Power Up Energy competition is focused on Central East Europe alone. So to ensure that we harness the potential from that part of Europe as well, and not just from North and West of Europe, which currently dominates in terms of innovation activity coming out of Europe. So EIT also has this regional innovation scheme and an emphasis to have innovation that come from different parts of Europe. It also ensures to engage youth and gender diversity as well. And all of those cross-cutting goals are part of different programming activities of different knowledge innovation communities at the EIT. We can move to the next slide. Here I have given you examples of some of the companies that came out of different EIT programs. And I can maybe pick one, which is Northvolt, which will help Europe become more independent in terms of battery production and sustainable battery production. And in these times when we see supply chains being interrupted, those initiatives become particularly important. And as this presentation will be available for everybody afterwards, I encourage you to look up these companies online and see what they're doing and get inspired. And some of those innovations may seem to be highly sophisticated or compared to the resources that we may have in the region of Western Balkans, but some you will see are not. And they just require a very good team of engineers and business skills together to come up with a solution, and then they can use a network like the one provided by EIT to then seek support and funding going forward. So while we're certainly at a different stage of development, I believe that EIT could be a very useful accelerator in many ways for innovation coming from our region. On the next page, I have provided you with hubs that we see now starting in the Western Balkans. And the reason why EIT is supporting these innovation hubs is so that the companies from the region could have someone to contact other than, a more abstract website out there. For example, the organization with which two consortia work, one in energy and one in food, is started from Belgrade, which is essentially an NGO initially supported by innovative companies. So it's not always an official institution, it's just someone that they select through a competition that they believe could help promote their activities in the region. And these are the ones that we have at the moment. We have one in Croatia, the rest are in Serbia. But we also have many partners, so 19 partner organizations that participate directly in many of these programming activities. But overall, I would say that we need more activity coming from our region. And this has also been my personal mission as a governing board member. And that is a peculiarity of EIT, which is that, even though I come from a country that is not an EU member, I am part of a board that decides on significant funding that is provided by EU taxpayers. And everybody else on the board has been very supportive of the mission to intensify activities in those parts of Europe where we currently have a low level of activity, which is why we now have these new hubs also starting in the Western Balkans.
Lala, she's having problems. Anna is having problems with her internet connection. So until we have Anna back, please continue with the panel. Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have to cope with those issues nowadays quite actively. Well, Anna actually gave really interesting introduction to an institute which is actually undertaking so many inspiring and necessary activities. And she also mentioned relations between different actors, between different type of and group of stakeholders, like those coming from the policy sector, of course, crossing with education and research community, trying to integrate as much out of economy representatives as we can, trying to inspire new businesses and to establish new startups. But there is also one segment of the community that is always lacking in order to comply to this known framework as quadruple helix, meaning that we are bringing together all actors and trying to address specific needs, specific tasks. And in some areas of Europe, of world, of course, those attempts are quite successful. Unfortunately, in our region, we are still learning on some good practices and trying to apply it in our own contexts. So now I would like to announce Madam Kemp, representing UK here. She did really a fantastic diplomatic service practically all over the world. So you are a kind of diplomatic globetrotter. You've been into Mid East and Near East and in North African countries, Arabic Peninsula, Mediterranean, South Europe. Now you are for a couple of years here in Southeast Europe, in Montenegro. However, UK is of course leading still the globe, although being outside EU for a while now, but still you are leaders in so many areas, and your examples could guide us through challenges nowadays. Can you please maybe try to introduce us to your perspective? You choose to speak about the impact of this new crisis of the COVID on our societies nowadays, but of course, emphasizing the impact on economies and on climate actions, which are clearly lacking at the moment due to pandemic. Also to need for this kind of continued reform and support to innovation, even in these struggling times. So Madam Kemp, can you please proceed?
Thanks very much, Lali. So yeah, I mean, I think so much of what we are facing at the moment is around an expedited and accelerated pace of transformation that's been going on for several decades. I mean, this is one of the most exciting times there's been in the history of science, enterprise, and commerce. And what we as government and policymakers need to be doing is creating strategies which capitalize on the opportunities ahead of us and seek to address our weaknesses. And as you said, any conversation that we're having about the pace of change today must refer to the two of the key disruptors that we're experiencing at the moment, COVID-19 and climate change. So COVID-19 is likely to accelerate, as I say, existing change in several areas but also challenge it in others. It's likely to change the individual's relationship with the state forever. Where social distancing and lockdown policies are enforced, for most part, populations will accept enhanced social and business regulation for the greater good. But how those regulations are formed is incredibly important. But however, as public frustration builds, levels of trust with the political leadership may also vary and come under strain. Inequality within countries and between countries will increase, and community solidarity will come under severe strain. For example, as the gig economy suffers, small businesses go under, and the grey and the black economies grow. The workplace will fundamentally change. And I mean, this is something we can see from this conference today. Businesses and workers will become increasingly used to social distancing measures and reliant on the flexibility provided by technology. If harnessed in the right way, this can have a major impact on gender dynamics and offer opportunities to improve productivity. But it will also sharpen urban-rural divides where access and connectivity are uneven. Of course, travel will change. International travel will be affected by quarantine, distancing requirements, and economic recession. Online collaboration will become the standard, everything from academics to the G20 and the G7. We've got a panel tomorrow on the future of tourism. Tourism, culture, and the creative sectors will be crippled in the short term, with uncertainty over long-term visitor numbers and forcing the sector to innovate. There will be the move to digital across cultural and creative sectors will increase both in volume and in pace. There'll be a knock-on and parallel effect on trade. Trade will be more constrained. Demands for goods and services will take many years to return to pre-pandemic levels, and future trade deals will be affected as governments look to demonstrate national economic leadership and self-sufficiency. Supply chains and just-in-time manufacturing models will be overhauled as countries and businesses opt for greater insurance against future global disruption. We're already seeing an increased emphasis on safeguarding complex supply routes, including food security. What we're already seeing is that developed economies may be better able to weather the storm thanks to the greater resources and their more effective welfare systems. The economic impacts will be deeper for emerging economies, which lack these economic levers and access to capital. So you're going to see nations investing heavily in medical R&D with an emphasis on global health security and strengthening the pandemic response. Even as the collaboration on science and health are increasingly valued, the effect on travel, working in isolation, all of this will complicate intellectual capital flows. So really the world needs to work together to come up with a creative approach to scholarships, academia and academic collaboration. Where we're talking about technology and apps, government mandated apps will underpin the fight against the virus, but will prompt concerns about privacy and bring governments and tech into direct competition over citizens' information. COVID-19 presents an opportunity to change people's views on sharing data and generate greater consent, and thus accelerating the applicability of blockchain. However, more authoritative and illiberal leaders will use emerging tech solutions to tighten their grip. there will likely be greater risk-taking in adopting new technology with potentially unforeseen consequences. But one of those consequences will be around cybersecurity and the increased importance of that. So the standards that we set now are going to be incredibly important in how the shape of innovation emerges in the coming decades. At the same time, we've been aware for quite some time of the tremendous and existential challenge that climate change faces, and increasingly the dialogue that we are facing a climate crisis. So the UK is going to be chairing COP26. It was supposed to be this November, it's now postponed to next November. We believe that there'll be a huge opportunity not just to rebuild, but to respond to the UN Secretary General's call to build back better. We are clear that a global recovery must be based on solid foundations, including a fairer, greener, and more resilient global economy. So that's the challenge we face. What are we going to do? And how are we going to do it? 200 years ago, people couldn't have predicted the fuel cell car. And I'm sure if you asked someone involved in transport 200 years ago, they would have thought they'd almost reached the apex of horseshoe design and efficiency. So the future will always surprise us. But if we have a vision drawing on sound analysis, hopefully we won't be blindsided by it. And one of the key things, I think, from my time here in the region and looking at the way that the region has moved over the last decade or so, is Euro-Atlantic integration, and as Anna's presentation mentioned, the opportunities for collaboration across Europe with the Western Balkans. So in Zagreb, they hosted both more online than physically on the 6th of May, the EU Western Balkans Summit. And the EU countries and the countries in the region reiterated their very strong commitment to the European perspective. Together, European and regional leaders committed to an economic and social recovery from COVID-19, and they stressed the need to transform functioning market economies, improve business and investment climates, and promote a green agenda, as well as furthering the digital economy and strengthening all aspects of connectivity. So that's a pretty kind of impressive vision, and one that, as you say, Deputy Prime Minister Simovic earlier today was very keen to stress that Montenegro wanted to play a full and active part in. In terms of implementing that will require policies and reforms to underpin it. I know we had a very interesting panel just now about the circular economy. I was reading over the weekend about Kate Raworth from Oxford University, her donut model, which visualizes the circular economy underpinned by underpinned by the social aims of the Sustainable Development Goals. And that is a really important reminder that for innovation to flourish, society must flourish, and the government reforms to promote wider social goods are key enablers for innovation and reform. I think the Minister is going to go on to talk about the Smart Specialisation Strategy, which I attended the launch of and was incredibly exciting to see the way that Montenegro had really kind of sought to focus down on the key areas that it should be seeking to develop a competitive advantage over. Montenegrin government has also committed to developing a digital strategy this year, and this is a regular theme of their discussions with the private sector and with foreign investors. And I'm very keen for the UK to support this work. I think the main way that the UK is doing this is through committing to building opportunities for education and building opportunities around the digital future of youth in the Western Balkans. We're making the largest ever investment in education, the largest ever investment in young people in the Western Balkans through a £10 million British Council programme called 21st Century Schools. That is training teachers and developing a curriculum which involves critical thinking, problem solving, coding and creativity into every primary school in the Western Balkans. And I'm delighted that in Montenegro, the government has really picked this up and embraced it enthusiastically. And I think later this week, there's going to be a very exciting announcement from the government of Montenegro about ways they're going to scale this up to ensure this program has even greater impact in Montenegro. We're also keen to work at the local level. So the British Council from 2018 has developed partnerships with cities across the Western Balkans through their Digital Cities program. We expanded this here in Montenegro in 2019 to help the capital city of Podgorica develop a roadmap for how it would develop its own digital strategy. And that involved consultation with policymakers, the private sector, civil society, and young people. And then building on that, at the start of 2020, the UK published an assessment by DAI of the digital environment across the Western Balkans, support available, and recommendations to address barriers. So I think that's a very useful engagement point for us to continue our discussions with the government of Montenegro. The British Council and the University of Manchester have also provided advice to the Montenegrin government on how they can develop innovation centres for students. And I was really pleased to see last week the government of Montenegro open the innovation centre in Podgorica. So you've got vision, you've got a process of reform. But as the world seeks to build back better, we must be inclusive, not prescriptive. In the developed world, the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on some minority groups, together with the profound conversations now underway as a result of the Black Lives Matter, need to address long-standing inequities across wealth, race, ethnicity, and religion. Human rights champions in the international community, including the UN, have a key role to play in addressing these inequalities and promoting these conversations. Governments also have a responsibility to minimize and address the digital divide, because it's no good countries moving towards digitalization if they're leaving some of their most vulnerable groups behind. And here in Montenegro, and in the UK as well, that includes more rural, poorer and older members of our communities. Something we've seen communities across the world struggling with, even with accessing services, digital services during coronavirus. So governments can establish institutions, formulate policies, and consult and listen. But they need to have the engagement of innovators, job creators, local leaders, trade unions, workers, and consumers. We must all work together to make a success in the future. It's not all down to the government. And I think that was brought home to me very forcibly last week in a conversation I was having with one of Minister Damjanovic's colleagues. We were talking about the recently passed Montenegrin budget, where there's 10 million euros of loans available for SMEs at very favourable rates. So the minister said to me, you know, the government has now put together the structures and the funds to support innovation, but now what we need are the ideas. So the market is open in Montenegro for innovation, and I'm very pleased that I've been able to witness that growth over the last couple of years. So just to reiterate, I think my key point is, you know, as the future rushes towards us, we need to develop a shared vision. The governments need to focus and on their priority reforms across to build an environment which enables innovation, and when there needs to be an inclusive discussion about how to deliver innovation. Thank you.
Many thanks, Alison, for your inspiring and well, let's say different approach to our context, because, you know, we are all belonging to this same community, same region, and it's, I think, very relevant when someone else is sharing his or her insight with us. It is allowing us actually to see us by different eyes and different perspectives. You mentioned many valuable points. I would just like to reflect. You said that clearly we witnessed actually the largest annual drop in global CO2 emission this year. But what it says about us, if because of global pandemic and global shutdown and because of one micro creature, we are actually destroying our communities, but at the same time, actually, our nature is blossoming again.
Yeah, I think that, you know, for me, the dilemma is this has not been a positive choice that mankind has made, that the world has made to reduce emissions. It's one that's been forced upon us. And the consequence of that is that governments now have to make decisions which will affect the emissions levels for decades to come. I mean, I think that so far, the global economic response to COVID amounts to over 9 trillion euros. And, you know, every government, every regional development bank has made money available, but we need to be very careful to ensure that we don't exacerbate a climate crisis in the way that we spend that. and be very mindful of the fact that that money is for global economic recovery. So what is the best way of creating sustainable jobs? And I think there's some really interesting information from the Institute, the International Renewable Energy Association, that suggests that for every dollar or euro that a government spends on investing in renewables, energy, and sustainable technologies, they will get $4, €4 back, fourfold back. And it's understanding how that works in each individual context. I think, as Victor said, as we were talking before this presentation, reflecting on earlier discussions in the morning, context is everything. The local context is everything. How do you make the right choices to guarantee green growth and sustainable growth going forward?
We are unfortunately again reassured that we can't predict our future, but maybe try to focus to predict our own behavior and how we will cope with the world which is surrounding us. Therefore, actually, we are going quite away from our region to the middle of Geneva's famous scientific and research facility, one of the largest in the world, actually, where some of those answers hopefully we will find, and we are finding clearly. Madam Sanja Damjanovic is working there for a while. She spent most of her research career as a trained physicist there, and she contributed to many famous discoveries which were done recently at the CERN. At the same time, since 2016, Madam Damjanovic is leading Montenegro's Ministry of Science and trying actually to combine all those values, those coming from policy as a key actor and those coming from research, which is creating our knowledge and helping us to better shape our future education and our coming generations. In your presentation, you will focus on two major policies, political European and global concepts, and those are United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the Smart Specialization Strategy, which was formally accepted by government of Montenegro at the end of 2019 as the first country outside of European Union who did so. So please, can you proceed with your presentation?
Yeah, thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. I need to say that it's really my pleasure to participate in this event, and I would like to thank organizer for giving me the chance. Last year, I missed the conference because I was at CERN, but you see, advantage to have online conference is that I can participate now from CERN. And I need to say that I'm also happy that after 3 months, I could travel again. And also, as you said, it's really challenging, but I must admit that I enjoy to be Minister of Science and at the same time scientist. So as you mentioned, I would like a little bit to strengthen the importance of smart specialization strategy for transformation for sustainable development, but also to emphasize importance of this strategy for Montenegro and to tell you that we are not only thinking about to go in direction of sustainable development, but we are also already starting to act in that way. So we already had many fantastic presentations and speakers, and I also enjoy in Anna's presentation, and AIT is doing incredible things, and also Alison, who is always behind us and support of UNDP and this international thinking. I just want to emphasize something which we all know, that we are living in the best world ever, but our world is not sustainable. We are facing many challenges: climate change, environmental challenges, pollution, and this comes more from economically developed countries than from from less developed countries. And then we have challenges with health, food, energy, and what we are doing. We see we have the greatest world, but our world is economically, socially, and politically extreme vulnerable. And therefore, sorry, I have a problem to go to the next. Okay, fine. So therefore, we are really very grateful to UN to adopt the Agenda 2030 with well-defined 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And we are very grateful to European Commission to set up really roadmap for making our economies sustainable. Now, if we talk about sustainable development, what this really means? This means, we heard already, transforming our world. Now the question is how we can transform our world. What are these main instruments? And main instruments for transformation are science and innovation, because fast changing, interdependent, and global are all science generated since our civilization exists. And successfully facing most current challenges require science, innovation, out-of-box thinking, and action. But now, how to use these tools? We cannot only use science. And so how to use that in the best way? The best way is actually to use smart specialization strategy, which I heard recently from Nakicenovic, who is also involved, Nebojša Nakicenovic, professor from Austria, who defines smart specialization strategy, actually SDG goal number 18. And so I'm proud to tell you that Montenegro adopted smart specialization strategy. Actually, we work hard and we're working 2 years to adopt this strategy. And you see, being small, Montenegro is one of the smallest countries in Europe, but being small is sometimes advantage. And that was advantage in our case because because we managed to get 400 people working on this strategy. So 50% was from business sector. We made a really great synergy between the government, between academic sector, business sector, and civil sector. And this is why we were really fast. And this strategy was approved by European Commission at the end of 2019. Now, if you look, what is the road which Montenegro traces, and how really to use, actually, we are not inventing something new. Actually, we had these strong traditional economical sections, but now we want to make them smarter. And you see, this is our trace, our way to go. It's strategic priorities are sustainable agriculture and food value chain, energy and sustainable environment, sustainable and health tourism, and then we have ICT sector as a horizontal platform. But and all of these our strategic priorities are very well in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. So probably you saw these slides, and there are a group of people thinking about how to implement SDG goals in the most efficient way, and they define here these 6 transformations. And our smart specialization strategy is actually in line. Again, I want to strengthen with all of this transformation. And we are also proud, if you look here in the bottom, people who were working on that among them is, actually I mentioned him, Professor Nebojša Nakicenovic, who is actually a member of our new established Council for Innovation and Smart Specialization. Now, if you come to the energy, to the first strategic priorities, look at here. Montenegro is becoming regional green energy hub. So it is already has a strong potential for renewable energy, but also has already high level of use of renewable energy. You see, we are not only thinking that direction, we are working in that direction. And I need here to point out incredible great projects, leading renewable energy projects in Montenegro. There is a submarine electric cable investment of more than 1 billion euros. It's you see the length is more than 400 kilometers between Montenegro and Italy. And this project just started to operate. And here, Montenegro is building the largest solar power plant in the region, 250 megawatts. Many wind power plants are already being built, and many are going to be used. And I want just to emphasize that if you talk about fossil fuel, so we are left with 100 years to use it. And now the question is, are we going to burn it till the end? Now, if you think about renewable energy, the question is, does really Europe has enough renewable energy to live after the all fossil fuel is burned? And so you can see here in our region of Southeast Europe has a strong potential for renewable energy. And I would like always to think in this direction, because it's the situation with Western Balkan, you know very much that we are somehow behind. We are not integrated in Europe. But I would like to see Europe integrated, because we are really adding value to it. On top of that, in the future, we need to think about not anymore how to produce energy, but also how to transfer this energy. And I'm really proud to say that even people here at CERN who have strong knowledge in superconducting are thinking about superconducting cables, how to transfer energy from this big potential which exists of renewable energy from Africa to Europe. So I want to just emphasize, we really need all to think globally and not locally. And I think now feeling here that it's a lot of local behavior and also doubts or maybe on our region of Southeast Europe. Now, if you go to a second priority, this is it's sustainable agriculture. So in Montenegro, organic and autochthonous food is on the top of innovation goals. And we have a nice example and very good success story already. This is Plantage, which is recognized as a regional leader in autochthonous wine production. And a lot of things are on our now, what Alison mentioned, we are now making list of many, many projects which we want to strengthen all these economical sectors, but in this direction, in innovative and sustainable. And now the third priority is sustainable tourism and health tourism. And I want just to emphasize that Montenegro is a regional medical wellness, I call it beauty of aging. We have also a great example, flagship project, which is Institute Sima Milošević. And not only that we have project, we have capacity, human capacity. Imagine we have more physiotherapists, professionals per capita than Germany. So I just want to say again, we have well-traced road, we have capacity, it's no doubts on that, but we really need long hands, everybody to think globally. And now I cannot avoid to show you inspiration. And this is the project which initiated by Montenegro for the region of Southeast Europe with 40 million inhabitants, so-called SEAS project, which is fully in line with SDG goals because we are talking about health, and which is fully aligned with EU policy because we are trying to fight cancer. And here, it is amazing what we managed. And this is exactly what international really means. We really managed to make strong pan-European dimension. We really attract 18 European centers from 14 countries to build the new technology break in medical accelerator to really provide something which is added value, not only for Southeast Europe, but which will be added value for the full Europe. And here we are talking about comprehensive center, which will be 50% time dedicated to cancer research, which is one of the 5 missions of the new Horizon Europe program, and which will be 50% of time be used to treat patients from Southeast Europe. But on top of that, it will have open access. It will be Institute International for everybody. And I want to emphasize here, and why I show that while we are now building breakthrough in technology and getting back Europe leading position in this field, because Europe lost it, because presently there are only 12 machines of such type, only 4 in Europe and 6 are in Japan. So we are also thinking about green concept for our project. And this will be the first green particle therapy infrastructure because operational costs of energy will be used from green energy. And on top of that, we are also building so-called digital hub, but it will be green IT hub. And we are building that with people who are creator of the first green supercomputer. So I now need to make my slide, some challenges. And what are our challenges? Is priority investments, regulatory barriers, habits, business as usual attitude, which we need to remove it, financial crisis, they are not reason for no change. And I will also pray again, we need Europe integral. And I'm really looking forward to see Western Balkan part of Europe. And changes and developments are now our future. I thank you very much for your attention.
Many thanks, Madam Damjanovic. It was really inspiring, totally. And I can see now what is moving you so much at CERN and, of course, across the region. I have to admit and share with you one quite personal remark. Working at the Center for the Promotion of Science for a decade now, I was able to visit and spend some time at CERN as well. And once I actually stayed there for 5 days, and at the entrance I got this map of CERN, which should direct me towards this huge facility. And if you will have another opportunity to see my walls, actually I put it in a frame and keeping it here because it was so astonishing and so strong. And now I can see that you're trying actually to apply this very same approach and those shared dreams, shared visions at our regional context. But I will keep that question for a little later. At this very same time, one of the projects where our center is involved, called the Ring, is trying to establish national chapters across the globe, which are trying to address SDGs and to connect it with European responsible research and innovation policy, which was very relevant in the context of Horizon 2020, in order actually to create a global policy under UNESCO's recommendation on science and scientific researchers. And if I am correct, that was the first attempt of a really global endeavor, which was accepted by 195 countries across the globe. And I think that we really have to rely and follow those precious examples. So many thanks for all those informations, and a little bit later, I hope we'll hear much more about the institute you are trying to create in our own region. And now, going a bit closer to our region, to Croatia, I would like to announce Dr. Viktor Simončić, who was really working since the time of old Yugoslavia on these environmental policies and issues, both in that old country and later on in Slovenia and in Croatia as well. And he was a consultant and really a precious contributor to so many approaches and the policies that were created across Southeast Europe. And although we just had before us a session which was fully dedicated to circular economy, which was highlighting mainly the benefits and some maybe good examples, Victor's presentation and Victor's approach is a little bit different, because I believe he has such a deep knowledge that actually he can inform us about our realities. And sometimes it's not necessary only to dream big, but also to rely on our own actually background, on those things that we have in our own local settings. So his presentation, is under title Circular Economy, a unique concept or something else. And now I would like to announce, Victor, please proceed with your presentation. Very glad to have you here with us.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. You can proceed, yeah?
You can share. Oh, that's fine. Thank you. I am very privileged to have the opportunity to have here my short presentation. Unfortunately, during the presentation for Mrs. Damjanovic, I was disconnected, and I hope this will not happen once again. Please, first slide. Transition from linear to circular economy is nothing new. The best examples are small rural households, especially in poor areas. There, everything is used and there is almost no waste. In my opinion, circular economy is revolution only for wasteful consumer society, which developed on cheap energy and raw materials. And I'm afraid if this will be even so actual issue, if we not face with the climate changes and with the fact that we cannot solve these problems alone, we need to solve these problems together. If you are looking at the schematic presentation of circular economy as well sustainable development, that is very simple and very simple issue. There are some circles, overlapping circles, and everything could be solved on this way. In the practice, it is most complicated, and this is as well circular economy as sustainability as a part, as circular economy is only a part of sustainability, are more complex and presents a forest of interconnected dependencies. Next slide, please. I will try to present the complexity of circular economy connected with classic municipal waste management. If you are looking on the left side, this picture, you will see that for treatment of municipal waste, we need huge number of waste facilities, smart legislation, and excellent management. Such a wide range of facilities and processing industry only exist in a handful of the most developed countries. Additional to this, we need processing industry. And this processing industry for the raw materials must be on a reasonable distance, so that transport does not take away the environmental benefit of processing. Just for example, everyone knows for Dubrovnik. If we collect waste paper and cardboard in Dubrovnik to the closest paper factory, we need to transport this good 800 kilometers. And then it's not too complicated to calculate to show how this is not environmental friendly. So we need something. On the right side, there are the number of waste management infrastructure, the plants, waste management infrastructure in Germany. And you can see there are hundreds and thousands of these type of plants. In Germany, we have the population of 80 million. In Montenegro, almost 100 times less. Just divide this 160 and something waste incineration plant with 100, and you will see that in Montenegro, we will need at least 1.5 waste incineration plant. We will need at least 7 or something waste to energy plants. We will need 24 or even more biological treatment plant and so on. Do we have it? But to be on the circular economy track, we need at least some of these plans. So far, Croatia is concerned, we don't have these plans, at least not in this number, and there are only a few ones. Please, the next slide. What is, in my opinion, also very, 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 very important, that we are always taking all these big stories, big paradigms, sustainability, now circular economy, environment-friendly development, and so on, independently from the local states. Look at how is the nominal income per capita was in 2017. I was too lazy to translate that in euro, and I apologize myself for this. If you are looking the Luxembourg on the top, then you have the Montenegro that is at least 5, 6, 7 times they have less of GDP. But additional to this, in European Union, the differences between the regions in European Union are over factor 30. But even in each countries, you have also differences. And I'm sure that the difference from Podgorica on maybe Rožaje on something is also factor 10, 15 or something. But if we are speaking about the circular economy, I carefully followed the first session. Everyone is speaking about very advanced, very smart issues and so on. And if you are going to translate and to try to implement the European environmental policy, they will always ask you to have the same standard as the rich one. But the same standard has the same cost. So if you ask, let us take it, this waste taxes per household per month is at least 20 euro. In Europe, 20 up to 30 euro per month. If you would like to have the same standard as someone in Denmark, then you need to spend same money for this issue. That could not be cheaper. The track is not cheaper, the pump is not cheaper, the energy is not cheaper. And in Luxembourg, somebody is spending for these services really peanuts. In Montenegro, not. In Montenegro, the same standard as in Luxembourg or in Germany or Swiss, we request up to 5% of household income. Are we prepared? Is this realistic to spend 5% of income for waste management? And then 5% or 10% for even for water management and so on. I don't believe that it's realistic. And then this is an average for Montenegro of 4.5%. Definitely that is less in Podgorica, but much more, as example, in Rožaje. Rožaje is one municipality in north of Montenegro. I'm also working now also in Montenegro, so that I am relatively familiar with the situation in Montenegro. Please, next slide. What we will need, in my opinion, we need to take not only paradigm circular economy, as universal and unified solution in large margin, but also all other environmental policies. And everything what is based I'm now make the relation to the European Union, we always speaking about the equality. And only what is changed in this, that you will have 5, 10, or 15 years more to fulfill something, but you need to fulfill the same as the others. In my opinion, that is also one message for research. Circular economy is excellent promoter for research, but must be tailored to local conditions, local circumstances. But this local mean Montenegro, but this local mean also Podgorica, Rožaje, or Budva. If not, the circular economy paradigm based only on copy-paste could be serious disadvantage as well for particular national and local economy as for citizens. And with each action, even I would ask the high officials from European Union, if someone is going to propose one measure or investment or something, the question must be asked about the impact of this measure on national, in this case Montenegro, and local, Rožaje, Podgorica, Budva, GDP. And also to answer who will pay and whether it can pay. We need very strong message about the affordability. If we don't have this affordability first, then all these measures are definitely disadvantage for national and local economy. I can bring a lot of these type of examples with failure of investment from European money in different environmental infrastructure. And my proposal, definitely we will need great wisdom to ensure equity, not only to insist on equality. That is not easy. But I have one idea. I am expressing this, I believe, a second time. Maybe we should, having in mind all this circular economy problem with the environment, to finance an environmental infrastructure according to the NATO principle. In NATO, each country should allocate 2% of GDP. Why we should not propose the same approach for environmental issue? Because environmental issue is common issue, that is not only national issue, to propose the same issue. My proposal, rich should respect and poor countries shall insist that the principle of equity will be enforced. And then that's need changes in the existing policies, in the existing Green Deal from European Union, and all other documents we heard on the beginning. And please, the last slide. No, that is not last slide. Sorry, that is not last. Here is only give me the slide before. It's very important message. Here you have very important message. I will go very short. You have here the example of circular economy from how it is fulfilled from several developed EU countries. In middle of 2017, China stopped import of plastic waste from Europe. Up to this time, from Europe, it was exported 300,000 tons of plastic waste per month. After that, that was stopped, and now only 150,000 tons would exported, not more to China, but to the other countries. In my opinion, that is also a very important message. And then now the last slide, please. Why I can say a little bit afraid. Why I'm called for caution. Why do I have a little skepticism for circular economy. I'm afraid that circular economy could be just another one of the ineffective policies if we will insist on equality. Namely, you remember the very famous UN Conference on Environment held in Stockholm 1972. In this time, we have used less environment and it was disposal for us. From this time after, we have organized dozens of conferences, we have dozens of different conventions, and today, European Union is using their environment until May and the world until August. And if we will insist on equity instead equality, I am afraid circular economy will not succeed. But definitely we have a lot of possibilities for even to involve the scientific society and to work on local applied researches. Thank you.
Many thanks, dear Victor. That was really tremendous presentation, and you offer such a brilliant insight into this even global trends. You've been pioneering this work in our region for decades, so your overview is really unique perspective, and we should carefully analyze and discuss about that. You mentioned some rising inequalities, and it is clearly one of the major topics of our discussion today. But when we are trying to apply, and also this dichotomy, equality versus equity, when we are trying it to apply to our regional context, to our research and innovation environments, startups and innovative hubs, and all those ecology which is emerging also in our context, do you have any valuable examples which you may share now with us, which will prove some of the perspectives that are positive in our context, not only to be maybe skeptical about the global trends, which are quite clear, but also maybe to showcase something on the other side?
I'm not skeptic. I'm just, maybe that is impression is that I'm skeptic. I'm not skeptic. I would just like to move. I would just like to move us in different direction. Only one example. The European Union is speaking, we will be neutral. See, we will be neutral. We will not insist on benzene and so on. How this name? I have forgotten.
Fossil free.
Fossil free. Oh, thank you. Fossil free is not English, but my English is not the best. But fossil, I know what fossil free. We insist to be fossil free, and we would like to be CO2 neutral. We will invest billions of billions to be, as Europa, civil neutral, but we will reduce the CO2 production only for 10%. It's maybe not smarter to invest this money worldwide and to reduce that for 30, 40%. But what a good example we have now, and I'm very, very lucky that the lady minister is also here. Even in Montenegro, we have excellent example. In Plantage, that was the problem to bring the wastewater or technological water to the now central wastewater treatment plant in Podgorica. I'm working with them, but not only because I am there, but we have discussed what to do it. Now we will be one of the first, or the Weinland Plantage will be one of the first goods. They will reuse this technological water for irrigation. But even from the foreign consultant, they have proposed bring that on our wastewater treatment plant. So they are good examples. But you always need to go back to see how I have the problem. How I will solve the problem? Not immediately to go to Stockholm, Dublin, or Madrid. Just to try to solve this, because we have very limited material resources. We have when I'm speaking on the border of ex-Yugoslavia. We have also relatively limited technological capacity, even human capacity. We have excellent scientists, but I'm not sure we have enough the scientists that are working on the applied research. But we need to propose this. And secondly, that is one message to the European Union in the environmental infrastructure. If we would like to build one wastewater or solid waste treatment plant, you need to build this plant according some references in European Union. You cannot say, no, apply, I have my idea, my technology is better, and I know these technologies, they are better. Because they will, no, we will not give you the money. You need to build the same plant as there was 3, 4, or 5 already built in the European Union. Let's remember be on the China music. In China, so I heard that each other lead must be similar as lead before. And it seems that is something that stopped research and stopped applied research in some infrastructure. This is easier in the industry. In the industry, it's much more easier, and you can the people in the industry can understand. But in the public investment, that everything be enforced by high EU bureaucracy. I have experienced this regard, and even I wrote also to previous environmental minister of EU, Mr. Potočnik, to ask him to help to avoid some misinvestments. But this investment we already have now in Croatia, and now it's too late.
Okay, thanks for that as well. I would also like to suggest to our panelists and our other guests to check your blog that you're actually keeping weekly on the Zagreb magazine, zgmagazine.com, where actually you are sharing your insights and ideas, and also maybe for future reading your interesting book titled The Society of Reduced Value or Diminished Value, where you collected all your ideas and practices. Thank you. We will return a little bit later to those other issues as well. Now we are going back towards our own representative of one major global player. Clearly, we are facing many challenges in Southeast Europe. Unfortunately, some of those challenges are not limited to our region, and now UK is also under strong influence of those constrained months, and this is influencing your economy. How UK is coping with all those new structures, new ideas? You also mentioned already once postponed organization of following climate COP conference in Glasgow. It is now planned for November, but with all those new waves or differentiated waves of corona epidemic, what can we predict? What can we expect? How in UK people are adjusting themselves to those new realities?
Thanks very much. I think that, so first of all, in terms of the UK, we 2 years ago, we started a new industrial strategy, which will last until 2022. And the idea is to look at innovation and sustainability to kind of transform our productivity. And that will be ongoing. I think the British government, we're expecting tomorrow Prime Minister Johnson to make a speech about how he sees how the government is going to support our recovery. The announcement today was £1 billion for schools, redevelopment and investment in schools. I think we're going to see a series of infrastructure projects and a series of investments in soft skills for people to get ready for what lies ahead of us. In terms, just going back to the industrial strategy talked about ideas and the importance of encouraging innovation. It talked about the importance of preparing people for jobs for the future. Infrastructure I've mentioned already, but also to develop our business environment. And I know that's a parallel process that is going on definitely in Montenegro, I think probably in every country in the region as well. And that goes back to my point about the importance of reforms to ensure that that every country is as competitive as they can possibly be. And then the fifth element of the industrial strategy is around growth and innovation at a community level and city level, where we're looking to make sure that all development doesn't happen at a national level, but it happens at the right level for municipalities, cities, local authorities to be taking ownership. Separately, the other strand of the industrial strategy is 4 grand challenges, where the UK has made the biggest ever increase in research and development investment in our country. £4.7 billion is being invested in artificial intelligence and big data, clean growth and the future of mobility, and meeting the needs of the aging population. Sorry, so clean growth is one, future mobility is the third, and then meeting the needs of the aging population. And those are the areas where we think that we need the inputs from business, academia, and civil society, where people can have ideas, they pitch the ideas to government and government responds, or government can kind of go out and say, from our analysis, we know that these are the gaps in the market, please fill these gaps. We're going to be taking, you asked about the COP 2026, we're going to be taking a similar approach to COP 26. COP 26, as you know, any of you that have been involved in climate change, UN climate change conferences, there's a whole chunk that is around the negotiations. There is a whole chunk that's set around the ambition of where the world wants to get to as a result of these negotiations. And then each president has a set of campaigns that they work on. In terms of the level of ambition, we think that this, even when we thought we were hosting the conference this year, we thought that getting the world to up their level of ambition was tremendously important. We think it's even more important now that we have this additional 12 months until COP26. A number of countries, including Montenegro, are in the process of redefining their national defined contributions. We're very keen to work with Montenegro on that, but we also think it's incredibly important that Montenegro has a long-term strategy, so that the NDCs flow from that strategy. Where do you want to be? Minister Damjanovic has set out where Montenegro wants to be in terms of renewable energy, setting out the importance of science infrastructure. I think that's something that's absolutely, absolutely key. In terms of the campaigns that we're looking at supporting globally, launching globally, there's going to be one on renewable energy, one on transport, one on adaptation, because so much of the work to date on climate change in individual countries has been about climate change mitigation. And adaptation is the other half of that picture, which is incredibly important. Resilience, nature-based solutions, and underpinning all of that, we're going to be really upping our game on terms of financing, because so many, as I mentioned earlier, countries' abilities to respond to these challenges will be based on their ability to access capital and access financing to make these transformations. So given that the UK is a financial hub, we're looking at kind of bringing that expertise, bringing our voice in multilateral international financial institutions to say, for example, you want to build a new coal power plant, you're not going to be able to get the financing to do that. You're seeing that already from multilateral investors, you're seeing that from institutional investors. Where you're talking, I think now, certainly in Montenegro, there's a really interesting conversation about e-mobility. And if you're talking about an environment where the cost of electric vehicles is falling rapidly, they're expected to be cheaper than petrol cars over their lifetime by 2022 and cheaper upfront by 2025. So, that's, if you think about by the end of this decade, most cars on the road are going to be electric cars. That's a tremendous transformation. How do we facilitate and grow that? Similarly, in the last decade, you've seen the cost of renewable energies drop. So the cost of solar has fallen by 87%, the cost of onshore has fallen by 62%, and the cost of offshore has fallen by 56%. You're seeing, as the minister said earlier, you're seeing the market respond in the way that Montenegro is growing and has had its first renewable projects secured without any feed-in tariffs. So these are areas which I'm really excited about, where I think there are tremendous opportunities for every country in the region. Obviously, I know a little bit more about Montenegro, but you all know much more about the countries in the region than I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you already quantified some negative results and negative aspects. But from your talk, actually, I can see that the UK is keeping its course, and you're firmly sailing towards the realization of plans regarding the conference and regarding your strategies and activities in this innovation ecosystem.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we are going back again to the CERN, to the Minister Damjanovic. Sanja, you mentioned about all your roles at CERN and the establishment of the Institute for Sustainable Technologies, and I think it's clear that we need some unifying measure here to bring all our synergies together and all our good values and good results made by our science and by our research community. We can't act on our own. We are too tiny in this globalized world. So having in mind all those realities and the also economic background, like Victor pointed out before, can you maybe share with us some challenges that you're facing, some obstacles maybe, how to overcome them?
Yes, so I just want to point out, if we want to be successful, we need to have people, we need to have young people, and Anna pointed this very nicely. And as you know, that one of the biggest economical loss of our region, meaning Southeast Europe, is the brain drain. So we have these resources, but we are permanently losing them. And that was the main trigger for this project, really to establish something big based on the newest technology to try to slow down brain drain. On top of that, I want also to emphasize something. I would be discouraged to go in that direction, and I feel very much doubts of the people, and I'll read the message. But we need to think about the past. Our region in the past had incredible tradition in technological development. I want to remind you that our region had 3 institutes international: Vinča in Serbia, Ruđer Bošković in Croatia, in Zagreb, Josef Stefan in Ljubljana in Slovenia. At that time was former Yugoslavia. All 3 institutes were older than CERN. I want to give another example that the first research nuclear reactor started to operate in our region only 2 years later than the first research reactor started to operate in Germany. And not only that, Yugoslavia at that time was one of the founders of CERN. So we had this tradition and we need to recover it. And how you want to recover it? You need something big. You need research infrastructure. Let's think about Second War, when Europe lost all the best. If Europe would not build research infrastructure, let's talk about CERN, would never ever attract people back. And this is the main drive of this first project. And if we establish this first, we will be able to recover and establish more. But now we were thinking about how to go in that direction, because we need to be competitive to the Europe. And that's why we were looking through the list. I say we, together with my colleagues from CERN, together with many European institutions, we look what is that on the map where we can be competitive. And that's why we come to this most modern way to treat the cancer. This is so-called new medical accelerator. And you know, at the beginning, there was doubts also from European Commission, doubts on us, can we do it? But then when they saw this pan-European dimension, that all people are together with us, not just because of us, because they want to build that also in their own countries, that was easy. Then we got immediately financial first support from European Commission. We entered into second phase. But then on our region, this project has another mission, which is science diplomacy. And this project, SEASED, is the 3rd concrete example of science diplomacy. After CERN and SESAMI, we have something. And I think what is the largest risk that this project will not get realized in our region is lack of political support in our region. Because I think we need to put ego aside. We need to think about this project as medical CERN. I know that everybody can feel free working at CERN, where you have 120 nations. They don't feel a project of Switzerland. They talk their own project. And I think we need to go in that line. There was a question whether we have capacity. You see, at CERN, we have 200 users from our country. If you bring something nice, attractive for work in your region, you will immediately also revert brain drain. So there is no problem, and we have already help from Atomic Energy Agency. We are already building capacity, but really all of us together, Europe together, our region together, should really follow and help us. And I want now to finish. In front of us is next challenge, and next challenge with deadline September is that we want to try to launch the project on S3 roadmap, European Strategic Forum Research Infrastructure. If we manage to be there, We show this pan-European value, we show added value for Europe, and we will assure EU funds. And my plea to everybody, don't doubt anything. Project is going well, we are in the best hands, just help us to realize this research infrastructure.
Thank you so much. Actually, just to remind all our audience actually that you're at CERN, and that the largest collider, they're actually behind the territory of both France and Switzerland. So it's a really good example how if we can't understand ourselves under the ground, maybe we should go deep underground and try to solve at least research medical questions there. So some huge Sustainable Technologies Institute behind our Southeast Europe. But going back to Belgrade, to Anna. Anna, unfortunately, we lost you just behind last couple slides you wanted to present with us. So I would now give you the floor just to conclude your presentation. Maybe try to address these relations between the European Institute of Innovation and Technology and the forthcoming European Innovation Council and relation toward Horizon Europe. And also I would pick just briefly some questions from the audience for you.
Thank you. Yes, I had the misfortune of being disconnected by the app in the middle of the presentation. I don't need to go back to the presentation because it will be available to everyone, and I have tried to render it very concrete with some links for people to get engaged. And that is my first message: please get engaged. Please learn more about different calls, whether you're a student or a company or a researcher, educator. And to respond to one of the questions that came to the audience about the role of companies, I would never take them out of the knowledge triangle. And that is another message, which is that whatever governments are supporting in the region, they should really reinforce this link between researchers and starting businesses or supporting businesses investing in innovation, because we need more sophisticated technological innovation to bridge the development gap that we currently have. And to reach that, there are two missing elements that I feel in our culture that need to be strengthened. One is openness. And here I really salute Minister Damjanovic for emphasizing that the project that Montenegro is supporting in cancer is not only looking to hire local talent, but international talent. And one should always be open about talent and trying to attract talent, no matter where it comes from, what color it has, what gender it has. And I would say the same about education. I feel that our education across the region is not sufficiently open, and we need to do more to really emphasize excellence and impact in our education and research. And in terms of green and sustainable innovation, that also has to do with awareness. And the awareness in our region, I also feel, is not sufficiently high in terms of the critical problem that lies at hand in terms of climate change. And the need for everyone to take an active role and to seek out solutions to participate in a positive response to this challenge. So all of that combined, make it an even bigger challenge for governments and all the supporting institutions. And it's wonderful to have the UK Embassy on board and other partners at EU. So. We have, people ask me often, and, have people in Berlin talked about the pending talks about, different political issues that we're all aware of in our region. And I tell them, no, they're actually, talking about climate change, and there are more pressing issues that people are discussing. And that has not come to the fore in our region because we have had continued, I wouldn't say political instability, but at least an insufficient rule of law. And we're still working on that higher topic and are not aware of a very pressing global issue in a sufficient way. So if you are looking to participate and you are a student, please try to look at these programs. If you're a company, do make sure that you are cooperating with researchers and educators and look at different accelerator programs offered by EIT. And Lale, since you also mentioned EIC, so European Innovation Council, although it sounds like it's an advisory body, In fact, it's a body that gives out significant funding, and where you can apply as a single company, and that is a major innovation in Europe. You don't need this partnership with 3 countries and so forth. You can apply on your own to get a significant grant or to get an equity stake where you have more favorable conditions than if you were looking at private funding. So in this way, Europe is trying to defend its innovation, to give it more support so that not everybody goes to Palo Alto and moves there, which has been the case with some of the more significant innovations coming out of Europe. So that is the reason why this body has been created, and it definitely works hand in hand with EIT. And just to repeat once again at the end, all of these opportunities are absolutely available to everybody from the region of Western Balkans, and many should be, sufficiently brave, encouraged to apply, or at least look at these examples and try to get to a stage to be ready to apply by forming partnerships with the full knowledge triangle.
Many thanks for all those valuable conclusions, Anna. Actually, just to share with you that recently it was announced that European Innovation Council got submitted applications during this shutdown, which were behind the planned budget for all following 7 years of its future existence. Yes. And for this specific call, it was raised to additional 150 million euros, which is really excellent work, and it's really trying to.
Yes, and if you add to that the tremendous support that's been added by EU member states at this stage, in that sense, one can only see that the gap is increasing between that part of Europe and our part, which is absolutely, has significantly less funding. Which is why we should really try to engage and take opportunities that are available to also this region that are at EU level.
Yeah, exactly. And like you said, those funds are really open to all our countries together. But actually, let's try to act together. So not like independent companies, not like individual entities, but maybe like in the case of this Institute for Sustainable Technologies. And I'm also trying to address one of those questions. Actually, it's not planned to be only the Institute of the government of Montenegro and Montenegro PC. It is planned to integrate so many countries across this axis, maybe between Trieste on the west and Bucharest on the east, and maybe Budapest on the north, and Thessaloniki and Athens in Greece. So this is all our region. And now I believe it's time for a short conclusion. And although we mentioned so many really major policies and influential plans and institutions and large funding, I found one topic which all of you exactly address, and this is a brain drain. We are really losing people without stabilizing the situation and allowing opportunities for our younger generations, for those smart, not to leave for Palo Alto, like just Anna said, but maybe trying to keep them here, to give them opportunities to maybe develop their own research careers, potentials, or maybe to be part of the growing innovation community, or maybe try to establish new kinds of opportunities, either through circular economy, either to this transfer of technology from research towards economy, even just to strengthen our educational basis. This is necessary in this time. It is necessary to well educate, to teach our community in order to address all those challenges which are rapidly emerging, and even to address all those smallest, tiniest particles, even those at CERN or those that are that produce this whole global collapse. So by saying those, I would really like to thank you for all those valuable comments and shared time. I know that some of you are either planning to go on vacation or somewhere in between. You invested significant time to share with us, and this is really a good message that Green Days finally united us all together in order to share the best we can do, but never to forget our background and our realities at Southeast Europe. Radice?
Thank you, Mr. Erich, and a big thank you to all the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you too for your participation in the first day of the virtual conference Green Days 2020 online talks, Rethinking Development. See you all tomorrow when we'll be joined by more incredible speakers, have time for valuable networking, and listen to some progressive ideas.
Thank you all for joining us. See you tomorrow at 10 a.m. And that's it. Thank you, everyone. You will be
recovery, as emphasized by people who spoke in the morning of this conference, has really shaped the future of support given out through different EU institutions to be one of green recovery and green growth and green innovation. So that is certainly an emphasis in the future EU programming across the board, more than it has ever been before. So that certainly has been reinforced with the current pandemic. EIT also has this regional innovation scheme and an emphasis to have innovation that come from different parts of Europe. It also ensures to engage youth and gender diversity as well. And all of those cross-cutting goals are part of different programming activities of different knowledge innovation communities at the EIT.
We believe that there'll be a huge opportunity not just to rebuild, but to respond to the UN Secretary General's call to build back better. We are clear that a global recovery must be based on solid foundations, including a fairer, greener, and more resilient global economy. So that's the challenge we face. What are we going to do? And how are we going to do it? 200 years ago, people couldn't have predicted the fuel cell car. And I'm sure if you asked someone involved in transport 200 years ago, they would have thought they'd almost reached the apex of horseshoe design and efficiency. So the future will always surprise us. But if we have a vision drawing on sound analysis, hopefully we won't be blindsided by it. And one of the key things, I think, from my time here in the region and looking at the way that the region has moved over the last decade or so, is Euro-Atlantic integration, and as Anna's presentation mentioned, the opportunities for collaboration across Europe with the Western Balkans. So in Zagreb, they hosted both more online than physically on the 6th of May, the EU Western Balkans Summit. And the EU countries and the countries in the region reiterated their very strong commitment to the European perspective. Together, European and regional leaders committed to an economic and social recovery from COVID-19, and they stressed the need to transform functioning market economies. Society must flourish, and the government reforms to promote wider social goods are key enablers for innovation and reform. I think the minister is going to go on to talk about the smart specialization strategy, which I attended the launch of and was incredibly exciting to see the way that Montenegro had really kind of sought to focus down on the key areas that it should be seeking to develop a competitive advantage over. Montenegrin government has also committed to developing a digital strategy this year, and this is a regular theme of their discussions with the private sector and with foreign investors. And I'm very keen for the UK to support this work. I think the main way that the UK is doing this is through committing to building opportunities for education and building opportunities around the digital future of youth in the Western Balkans. We're making the largest ever investment in education, the largest ever investment in young people in the Western Balkans through a £10 million British Council programme called 21st Century Schools. That is training teachers and developing a curriculum.
We are really very grateful to UN to adopt the Agenda 2030 with the well-defined 17 Sustainable Development Goal. And we are very grateful to European Commission to set up really roadmap for making our economies sustainable. Now, if we talk about sustainable development, what this really means? This means, we heard already, transforming our world. Now, the question is how we can transform our world. What are these main instruments? And main instruments for transformation are science and innovation, because fast-changing, interdependent, and global are all science-generated since our civilization exists. And successfully facing most current challenges require science, innovation, out-of-box thinking, and action. But now, how to use these tools? We cannot only use science. And so how to use that in the best way? The best way is actually to use smart specialization strategy, which I heard recently from Nakicenovic, who is also involved, Nebojša Nakicenovic, professor from Austria, who defines smart specialization strategy, actually SDG goal number 18. And so I'm proud to tell you that Montenegro adopted smart specialization strategy. Actually, we work hard and we're working 2 years to adopt this strategy. And you see, being small, Montenegro is one of the smallest countries in Europe.
Governments also have a responsibility to minimize and address the digital divide, because it's no good countries moving towards digitalization if they're leaving some of their most vulnerable groups behind. And here in Montenegro and in the UK as well, that includes more rural, poorer and older members of our communities. Something we've seen communities across the world struggling with, even with accessing services, digital services during coronavirus. So governments can establish institutions, formulate policies and consult and listen. But they need to have the engagement of innovators, job creators, local leaders, trade unions, workers, and consumers. We must all work together to make a success of the future. It's not all down to the government. And I think that was brought home to me very forcibly last week in a conversation I was having with one of Minister Damjanovic's colleagues. We were talking about the recently passed Montenegrin budget, where there's 10 million euros of loans available for SMEs at very favorable rates. So the minister said to me, you know, the government has now put together the structures and the funds to support innovation, but now what we need are the ideas. So the market is open in Montenegro for innovation.
So if you come to the energy, to the first strategic priorities, look at here. Montenegro is becoming regional green energy hub. So it is already has a strong potential for renewable energy, but also has already high level of use of renewable energy. You see, we are not only thinking that direction, we are working in that direction. And I need here to point out incredible great projects, leading renewable energy projects in Montenegro. There is a submarine electric cable investment of more than 1 billion euros. It's you see the length is more than 400 kilometers between Montenegro and Italy. And this project just started to operate. And here Montenegro is building the largest solar power plant in the region, 250 megawatts. Many wind power plants are already being built and many are going to be used. And I want just to emphasize that if you talk about fossil fuel, so we are left with 100 years to use it. And now the question is, are we going to burn it till the end? Now, if you think about renewable energy, the question is, does really Europe has enough renewable energy to live after the all fossil fuel is burned? And so you can see here in our region of Southeast Europe has a strong, but I would like to see Europe integrated because we are really adding value to it. On top of that, in the future, we need to think about not anymore how to produce energy, but also how to transfer this energy. And I'm really proud to say that even people here at CERN who have strong knowledge in superconducting are thinking about superconducting cables, how to transfer energy this big potential which exists of renewable energy from Africa to Europe. So I want to just emphasize, we really need all to think globally and not locally. And I think now feeling here that it's a lot of local behavior and also doubts or maybe on our region of Southeast Europe. Now, if you go to a second priority, this is it's a sustainable agriculture. So in Montenegro, organic and autochthonous food is on the top of innovation goals. And we have a nice example and very good success story already. This is Plantage, which is recognized as a regional leader in autochthonous wine production. And a lot of things are on our now, what Alison mentioned, we are now making list of many, many projects which we want to strengthen all these economical sectors, but in this direction, in innovative and sustainable.
In my opinion, that is also one message for research. Circular economy is excellent promoter for research, but must be tailored to local conditions, local circumstances. But this local mean Montenegro, but this local mean also Podgorica, Rožaje, or Budva. If not, the circular economy paradigm based only on copy-paste could be serious disadvantage as well for particular national and local economy as for citizens. And with each action, even I would ask the high officials from European Union, if someone is going to propose one measure or investment or something, the question must be asked. Maybe we should, having in mind all this circular economy problem with the environment, to finance an environmental infrastructure according to the NATO principle. In NATO, each country should allocate 2% of GDP. Why we should not propose the same approach for environmental issue? Because environmental issue is common issue, that is not only national issue, to propose the same issue. My proposal, rich should respect and poor countries shall insist that the principle of equity will be enforced.
On the next page, I have provided you with hubs that we see now starting in the Western Balkans. And the reason why EIT is supporting these innovation hubs is so that the companies from the region could have someone to contact other than, a more